How many people are gonna make it through this VOD? Who the fuck knows? But all I know, I just got out of school 2 hours ago. That's right, and I'm eating cereal. By the way, I was not. There was nothing in my mouth. I was just going. Literally, hold on. Okay, there's some cereal, but like it's not like. Oh my god, what is my gross out stream? Oh my god, imagine. Oh my that dude, everybody would fucking unsubscribe or unfollow or whatever the fuck people do nowadays. Wheeze me. But yeah, today we're focusing on the environment. So it's a really good barely sociable video I've been putting off. Um I'm gonna watch it. I kind of don't have anything set up right now. Where is it? A PC? Oh, look, I'm big now. I'm big. Oh, where the? Okay, hold up. Hold up. It's right here, right? Yeah. So I'm not gonna lie. I didn't want to be live today. Ugh. I literally have nothing to do, and I didn't want to be live with the scary stream today. But yeah, I'm still like half in, half out. So I really wanted to play fucking Fire Emblem. But yeah. It should be halted by the film center. Farmhouse stories. Oh wait. Okay, you know what? Yes. Okay. Today we're focusing on like different aspects. Hello, Laymaster Music Patreon slash Rubit 367. What's Patreon? Hello? Um, what's Patreon? I've never heard of that site. So yeah, we're focusing on the environment, right? That's the whole topic today. So farm stories, the farm, like today the whole thing is gonna be the setting, right? I did say there was gonna be an environmental message, and there is. Literally, let's fucking talk about fucking what's his name, Kurzget or whatever. I'm gonna focus on fucking. I cannot spell his fucking name. We're gonna talk about different types of things. Terraforming Mars, super volcano. Let's watch this one. Quantum brain eater, ancient aliens, we lied to you. Immune system black hole. There was one. There's another one. There's another like nuclear versus climate. You just stop climate change, cold apocalypse, nuke the moon, nuclear death. Worst nuclear accidents in history. Let's watch this one. We'll see how they set up everything, right? The settings and stuff across different things. We also have one from Barely Sociable. The Barely Sociable one is gonna be a fucking treat for sure. The dark side of Antarctica. Antarctica is a cold, stricken place. You know what I mean? Anyhow, welcome, fucking, oh my god, sorry for like, um, just like kind of like disregarding you, but like, much music, welcome. It's just like I'm kind of out of it today. I was actually supposed to not even be live today. I was supposed to be at a place learning how to work with like PCBs and stuff, but I was like, fuck it, I'm not gonna do that. I'm too fucking tired. Why do you follow two, Mr. Creepypastas? One of them's different. They're two different people actually. Uh, I can show you. Here's Creeps McPasta. He does like weird Reddit stuff. Mr. Creepypasta, on the other hand, he also does the same thing, except his stories are more contained. They're more like literary. You know what I mean? I just watched TikTok live stream. What the fuck? Car salesman. This one sounds like a classic story. Excuse me, Hellbound, Alpha and Omega. This is sounds like fucking Twilight. I don't know. The Scarlet Scourge. This is, sounds like a disease story. Rizzo the Hospital Clown. This is a fucking creepypasta for sure. DC's Connection. Okay. Then this guy's like 3 plus hours, right? It's just scary stories galore. I worked for a cursed animation studio. Okay. You know what I mean? It's all some all Disneyland rumors are true. Uh-huh. Okay. You know what I mean? Uh why are both live? Yeah, because they all do different things. It's the most radioactive man ever, right? It's not gonna show footage of him, is he? Because I, I'll be honest, I've never wanted to see the guy. He was literally melting. That's literally all I remember, and I was like, "Fuck, no. Existential horror is that even a fucking thing?" Just confirm with me that they don't show him, like, or like they show him blurred. Don't watch that one. Okay, yeah, yeah. Cause like, dude, he's like when I heard the most radioactive man in history. Like I've seen people die on not stream, excuse me, on like just YouTube in general, right? Back when that was just a thing, right? Just like you just search up and you just see some fucked up shit like that. I don't want to see what it looks like to see somebody burning up and literally melting. Like, I'm sorry. Watch this one. Yeah, yeah. Literally. They're all sad, right? Today isn't really gonna be I mean, there's ghost stories probably, but like it's all about the setting today. Different settings. Damn. Popo Medic. Cartel. Are they gonna talk about the setas? CJNG. Don't know him. Oh, Cartel Nueva Generación Jalisco. Right? That's the one? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, these fuckers. Ugh. They were literally blowing up Tijuana. His editing is second to none. Yeah, I can't believe that. Mm. Yeah, play for like 44 seconds. Ha ha ha. It's gonna be like pass, pass, pass. Just joking. We'll watch this one. Um, sure, yeah. Well, watch this one. I'll see if there's a way to tie it into like earlier or later, because this one will probably be like the last. Yeah, yeah. Okay, so yeah, there we go. Yeah. Um, I guess we'll do a city or something. I won't be here for more than 30 minutes. Well, this isn't the first video we're watching. What is this? Oh, imagine I'm just like, fuck you, and I just mute him. Oh my god, that'd be so fucked. Oh my god. Bots? Maybe, I don't know. It's like, if they do help out my rate or whatever the fuck it's called, it's good. It's good. Oh, it's annoying that they're bots. Is it promo? Exactly. Oh my god, I literally want to close my eyes. I just want to go. They want you to buy subs. I didn't know that actually. That's bullshit. I should ban it. Nah, I won't ban people, but like like when they outright say it though, for sure. Like like the fucking ones are like, "Hey Ruben, I think you're a good Twitch streamer. Can you buy fucking bots to view bot yourself?" It's like what? It's like, huh? It's like, what the fuck are you on about? It's like, when did I take this seriously? Never. Duh. No, but yeah. Let's do that. What else? So there's a bunch of the curse games. S- Mm, what else? Just like, I'm like thinking. Fuck, what else? The environment. Well, I mean, like actual stuff we can talk about, right? And just talk about like the actual environment, global warming. We can talk about stuff like this. Science ABC is this like affiliated with like the channel? What's going on? Because like there's like PBS Terra. I almost want to watch that, but like I know they're gonna fucking click it. Actually, they're gonna fuck me over. Can you fix climate change? One Earth? Can make an enclosure with the HEPA filter? What? Hold on. What's going on? I bought. Okay. I bought. Hold on. What was it really? I bought a cheapo reality ender. 3 for 180. Can print more than just one print at a time. I can extend the length of the printer. YouTube, check out this monstrosity. What's this? If I want to build what? The huge fucking printer. What the hell? Why would you need a printer this big? Holy heck. That is. Oh my god, another. Oh, wait. Am I crazy? Or are they just like. Oh. I'm gonna be like, oh my god. And you're like, oh my god. Okay. No, climate change. These are all of like PBS is like the only one covering it. Not that I don't want to show PBS, but it's because like they're gonna like get on this video fast. You know what I mean? Crack, and it's going to cause record flooding. mm. Oh my god, a 40-minute documentary? Climate change is short film. Let's just watch. Okay, well, we'll watch this near the end. Literally. There's no stream audio? What do you mean? Oh, you're right. Thank you for reminding me. Yeah. Uh, that's like the normal, right? Can you hear that? Uh huh. Cause there's this one too, but the other one's loud.
Disaster of global scale. Our greatest threat in thousands of years. Climate
I'll
change.
go with the lower one. You hear videos now? Yeah, we'll go with the lower one.
The collapse of our civilizations and the extinction of much of the natural world.
Yeah, so let's start with this one.
The world's people have
Yeah,
spoken.
it's quiet.
Their message is clear. Time is running out.
The amount of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere now is 50% higher.
And it's only gotten worse because of electric cars.
And not only are we piling in more and more carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, but we're chopping down the forests of the earth at a great rate. And the forests themselves...
Once we move over to a sustainable amount of like electric energy that comes from like the sun, then electric cars become worth it. If you all didn't know. Because otherwise electric cars are just utilizing dirty energy coming from coal that's converted to electricity.
Atmosphere that we breathe. When we talk about the disappearance of the ozone layer, we don't know what will happen when the ozone layer goes.
Yeah. Literally, if the ozone layer goes too, electronics should stop working because of the amount of UV rays hitting them and just getting through.
When we talk about the greenhouse effect,
We need to terraform our planet, our planet, like our planet, not like our planet, like our planet, our planet, your planet. I just like checking it out with camera. Anyhow, we have done way too much damage. Yes, we have done. Arr. Seriously, we've done way too. Actually, let's start off with this one.
So there's one thing that is
that.
biologically certain about the human species is that it is a human species.
Yeah.
One species.
If we don't stop the destruction of our natural world, nothing
Yeah.
else will matter.
You know.
Simply put, if we don't protect nature, we can't protect ourselves.
Exactly, because then we end up killing all other important animals and environments that literally protect us from what's happening right now.
The only way we can solve a problem
You hear they're bringing back
is by
mammoths.
human solutions.
I don't. They're not like really gonna be mammoths. If I remember last time I heard, they're actually partially elephant,
Don't happen.
which makes them a hybrid at best. Like at best, or a hybrid. Bringing back dinos. Dinos, they're breeding them with elephant DNA. Exactly. So like they're hybrids at best. Yeah. Yeah, that's the unfortunate part. But I mean, they can still be called. Now, the dodo though, that's different. Like technically, if you breed the dodo enough, they will eventually actually produce an actual dodo. That's the actual thing you can have because you're not so far removed from like other birds, right? It's like when you breed a horse and I think a donkey, you get a mule, right? I could see that working out with like a dodo. But like, like dinosaurs, they're too far like, in the past to actually like be actual dinosaurs. But yeah. Yeah, that's like the unfortunate truths there. But it's still cool. Unfortunately, I don't think they do much for the environment. And dragons are real. Dragons would fuck up everything. Oh my god. Oh my god. Play monster music. Oh my fucking god. Meteors. If dragons were real, you'd have this motherfucker coming up and coming back to life every other day. And then we'd need like a Marth. We'd be like, Marth, help us out! And then, fucking, he fucks up the dragon with his little fucking puny sword. It can make them one day. We get to all be dragonborns. What the fuck does that even mean? What? Actually, what does that mean? Because that's eugenics, the monster music. That's a yikes. I don't know what to say. No, I have never played Skyrim, but I don't want to be no Dragonborn. The fuck? Because that's a eugenics. Are you fucking kidding me? Hell no. If y'all don't know what eugenics are, how do I make this TOS friendly? Eugenics. Racial improvement. Yeah, that's a yikes. That's a yikes. Yeah, that's a yikes. I'm telling you, nobody wants to be a dragonborn in monster music. Nobody wants to be a dragonborn. I don't want to be a dragonborn. I just want to be human. Now, if I can imagine myself as a dragonborn or a superhero or something like that, that's a little different. But like, now if you're like, imagine if we're in the future dragonborns, that's like, don't say that. Don't say that. Right, we're clearing up stuff. There's like other stuff I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, scary game. Let's see if this one. Mm, I guess you can watch this.
When it comes to horror games,
Yeah, we can watch this, right? It's all about environment, I guess, and other stuff. Hopefully, he actually gets into that. Horror that lingers. Oh, extra history's pretty fucking good. You can watch some of these. So yeah, well, we'll do stuff like that. The dark side of Antarctica. Couple lava highs. Actually, we'll probably watch this. I just hit the right arrow key thinking you were a YouTube video trying to skip ahead. Oh, wait, you said something beforehand. Current candidates for the extinction? Pyrenean ibex? What the fuck is that? Is that like a fox or something? What the fuck's an oryx? Quagga? A thylacine? Passenger pigeon. That one's easy too. MacTheater's rat. I've never heard of that one. Also, yeah, no. I got a lot of sleep yesterday. I'm just tired. It's tiring. Ugh. But yeah, we'll start off like this, right? We'll start off with the city, Google them? Ratty. I put ratty. Oh, wow. Wikipedia looks different. What the fuck? What happened? Endemic to Christmas Island? What's so special about this one? Uh-huh. Oh, the red crab. Oh, that makes sense. That's why there's like the red crab stuff, right? I forget what they call it. The run. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, this one actually makes sense. But like dinosaur, it's like, what are dinosaurs gonna do? They're gonna cause more problems than anything, unless they're like just zoo animals, which is fucked up either ways. So yeah. The state of the environment. Are there any other videos? Do you have any videos that relate, like, in store, like global warming or like doomer or gloomy or something? Let me see things you want me to like also like put on. You know, my whole thing today is just like the environment. As long as it's just related to something environment related, like I don't know, game design, like actual like IRL. Because like I can talk about the suicide forest, but like, do I want to put on the suicide? Okay, like we can find the actual video. Suicide. Stories. I don't know. What's Oh my god. 22 fucking minutes? What fucking how? 15 minutes? 22? Oh, what other places? Let me see. So what's this?
Why should you use Mira? When you
Fukushima.
Disaster actually the infographic show? Are you fucking kidding me? Are you fucking kidding? Okay, fine. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just like, I don't know, when it goes to like infographics, sometimes they do get a lot of shit wrong. I'm not even lying. But we're watching Kurzagat, so like I guess it's not any better. You know what I mean? Because like the whole thing with Kurzagat is like he's just doomer as fuck. You know,
A flat.
America dropped atomic bombs in Japan. Well, yeah, I guess. I guess you can tie it to something. Oh my god, where my? Oh wait, what the fuck? Yeah, where's my mouse? Okay, there you go. Shut the fuck, dude. Okay, I cannot scroll chat because my mouse is gone. Look, I can do this, but I just don't know where the fuck my mouse is at. Yo, my mouse disappeared. Are you fucking kidding me? Hello? Am I back? Hello? Am I back? Oh, I'm back. Oh, shut the fuck up! Stop. Okay. If y'all can hear me, clap your hands. Am I even live? Dude, my computer is literally fucked up. Okay, can you hear me? If you can hear me, literally send the prayer emoji. No, I'm not even joking. If you can hear me, send the prayer emoji. What is this? Lay monster music. Shake my ass. That's the closest you got to the prayer emoji. Just type prayer then. Praise to a prayer emoji. Okay, okay. Cause like I am literally gonna send you the video. Like I am not fucking kidding. My whole setup is brick. I'm not even fucking joking or exaggerating. Um. Oh fuck off! You know what fucking Twitter's? I have good camera on. Are you fucking joking me? Or fucking Twitter? Oh my god, Twitter's still fucking bullshit. Hello, if you are seeing this tweet, look at how bricked my setup is. Look at me just doing this. Look at that. Like it's not even showing me speaking on the microphone, but my microphone is reacting. And Lay Monster Music, can you say hi? Okay, now go like and follow my tweet and Twitter. Um, my shit is all kinds of fucked up. Literally. I'm not joking. Stop freezing, motherfucker. What is this? Am I back? I think I'm back. Holy shit, I wrote that out well. Okay. Sorry about that. That was literally out of my control. Literally out of my control. I'm back. Better than ever. So yeah. Literally, I'm back. I don't know what that was. Like, Discord Teams, Steam, fucking Zoom. 22H2. Okay, and there we go. We can just continue. It's literally so bad. So bad. Yeah, I'm back. Literally. I don't know what that was. It was just so fucked. It like literally fucked up. Like, you go on my Twitter and you'll see what I mean.
The ghosts are some of the most feared and lethal.
Okay, this isn't environment related. Like the army is just so. This is
This is Monday Sales CRM.
For cases that you can download and print for yourself. Tons for tiny PCs and is not for the faint of heart. Colin needed 3 full weekends to assemble it.
Oh my god.
The faint of heart. Tool changer. This bad boy is not to assemble. E3D big, but Colin needed tool changer. This bad boy is
Where's
not
the electronics?
to assemble it for the faint of heart. Colin needed 3
These are FPGA down here. Field, excuse me, FGPA, right? Field great. I cannot even fucking speak right now. Field gate programmable arrays, right? Or Field Programmable Gate Array. There we go. FPGA. Yeah, it's FPGA. Field Programmable Gate Arrays. They literally look like that. Can we find Linus's? It's getting close. Where is it? This is like the closest one. Yeah, literally, these look like that. FPS unlocker. No way how that is worth 4K. Yeah, that's worth 4K. FPGA are not that expensive. They're $300 as long as you know how to work with them. This is like, yeah, 4,000 now. Yeah. I mean, you can get the metal sheeting yourself too. You don't need to like buy or shell out to somebody specific. Like, realistically, if he bought this himself and made it all because he like came up with it like that, it would be like, I wouldn't put it past like $2,000, $3,000. But like, because he has to pay employees, of course this thing's gonna cost $3,000.
Weekends to assemble it. But the
I mean, maybe the hydraulics too. But yeah, that makes sense. Is that 3D printed? Or am I fucking crazy? Oh my god.
hole, and then you hammer them in. But obviously that would not be a good idea with a
Oh, that's good quality. Holy shit.
case
Dude,
like this. So
am I gonna
are
fucking...
going to use heat. I've never actually
Bro, I am not clicking my keyboard and that just happened. Am I...
done this before.
Yeah, really easy. So we got a Hako 888D, my favorite soldering iron, and it's at I think it's 669. Nice.
Nice.
And you just pop it in there and wait for it to heat up, and it will sink in. Look at that.
I don't even fucking know. Maybe you hacked me. Let me see. Oh, like, I don't do shit on my computer. I literally don't go looking up. Like, I don't do fucking weird shit on. I don't, like, how to explain. No downloading illegal shit. No downloading spoofed or fake ass shit. No fucking searching up, like, risky shit either. I don't do none of that here. Application frame host Ceph sharp browse sub process. What the fuck is that? Yeah, it's obviously breaking on me. Corsair IQ. No, but like then like look, I know this is gonna be a gross out to y'all. Look at that. My fucking I wouldn't be surprised if the dust got in under the pins or something. My room is so fucking dusty, I just cannot fix it. It's just I produce that much dust. I think it's literally like the fan. If I clean it, it'll fucking work better. Yeah, yeah, pretty much. No, when it breaks, it's because I got. Okay, look, it breaks because I unplug it from my fucking computer, and I'm back. Ta-da! That's normal. What I'm talking about is like, um, I think I know what the problem is, and it's just it's the graphics card. Also, using a soldering iron is genius, right? No, literally the way whenever my computer freezes, I just unplug the the HDMI cord, go into my GPU and plug it back in, and it starts working. So I feel like part of it is my TV. It's the TV that's sending like a surplus of voltage to the graphics card, or some sort of static, and it's just fucking everything up. Because after I unplug the HDMI cord from my GPU, everything goes well. Okay, so fucking melt as soon as you played a high graphics game. No, it doesn't melt. It's actually pretty good. It has 3 fans in the front, 1 fan, and it has the big fan in the middle. I honestly do think my HDMI is going bad. I'm not even joking to you. I think it's that having a driver failure. I think it's the HDMI at this point. Or it could be the cable or even the port. Who knows? Um, yeah, no, like literally. Um, I think that's my issue. But like the fucking how? Oh, it's you know what happened? It's because I pressed inspect. Does this fucking like fuck me over? IP address, hello. No IP address, shit. Okay. I clicked stats for nerds. Does that show my IP address? Okay, I think I know what happened. It's just my computer's just like stuttering for a moment. I got high moisture. I got. What do you mean? I got moisture in my room, right? Right? like. Are you questioning me or you? That's funny. No, but like, yeah, uh, some stuff is just impossible to remove. Impossible. You definitely need to sleep, man. Impassable. Excuse me. Oh my god. I think I need to sleep. I said impassable. You said impossible. Like with the I. I'm sorry. I just can't. My grammar grandpa is coming. I don't want to say the other. I don't want to say the other term because like it's like bad. Um, but yeah, this is cool. So let's go over again. I want to literally start I would have started the stream at 9 had I just started curating stuff for me to stream today. Figure out a better way to knock the dust on my same. I think it's just like a rag that doesn't get static. Cause like my fear is like I like rub some of the rag up there, just fucks up everything. Looking into electric air things, electric air. What? You mean static? Electric air. It's static. Okay. So let's start with this one. So I guess like the environment here is the city, right? Japan. Uh, Probably I want to say Tokyo. If not, it's just like maybe like a city in Japan.
In Japanese history, a man posing as a police officer on a motorcycle effected a traffic stop on a Nippon Trust bank vehicle.
Oh,
the fake cop left the scene with the bank's cash in hand. But it wasn't as simple as a traffic stop. The entire operation was a calculated setup that led to a historic score of 300 million yen.
That's a lot. Holy shit. Especially for back then. Like, maybe not now, because I know Japan has an issue with, like, high inflation right now, and they're, like... I'm not even joking. Like, when I say that, I'm not even joking. Japan... It's 41-year high keeps BOJ under pressure. Literally, people are just like, yeah, the U.S. is just not gonna let them fall or something like that. Like, I don't know. Like, there's a lot of like stuff there. It's sad because, like, they can't do much. They like literally the government is getting fucked over.
1968.
No,
Despite
rather
global
the government is
turmoil,
fucking over their
the
people.
Civil rights movement, the
Because of decisions they took.
protests, the Cultural Revolution of China, the so-called global revolutions of 1960
It's more nuanced than that,
could
though.
no longer impact Japan's boom in production of consumer electronics. And with that much money floating around, various
Amazon
crimes
compressed
emerged,
electric.
one after the other.
Is that like a heater? Blow off dust on your PC.
On
I have a
December 6th,
vacuum cleaner for
the
that.
manager of the Nippon Trust Bank received a mysterious letter demanding 3 million yen from the
Oh.
bank's deposits and to be brought to a nearby location.
Yeah, look
before
at that.
5
Look at the
p.m.
architecture.
next day. Half of the words in the letter were handwritten, and the remaining words were picked up from magazines and pieced together. If
For a
manager
fact,
didn't
vacuum
comply,
cleaners can kill
both
your
his home
PC. I
and
know.
workplace would be bombed. The bank manager refused to comply and instead called the police, who sent
So you
around
want to
50
blow it?
officers to stake out
That's
the
why.
drop-off location.
Just say
Officers found nothing suspicious.
I got a blow
and looked no
dryer.
further.
You know.
4 days
I
later,
got
on the morning
what
of
do I think
December
of?
10th, 4 branch employees of the Nippon Trust Bank
A
transported
lawn
300
blower?
million yen,
What the
equivalent
fuck
to
are they
just over
called?
$800,000 in 1968, or 2.3 million today. The money was loaded into
Yeah, I
little
think you put
boxes
gas in and it's just like.
and was on its way to the Toshiba factory to be used for employees' bonuses, and is divided into 3 large
What the
iron
fuck is it
boxes,
called?
with each box containing almost 100 million yen. While en route
Air
to the
blower?
factory, the 4 men
I
were
don't
stopped
fucking
in the
remember what it's
street
called.
next to a Tokyo prison
Integrate
by a
static
uniformed
electricity that
motorcycle
can damage
officer.
computer components. Yeah. Is
The
that
police
it?
officer informed them that their branch manager's house had been blown up.
Oh
and they'd
shit.
received a warning that dynamite had been planted in the transport vehicle,
Yeah.
which of course was all
Jesus.
bullshit. He was
Uh-huh.
never going to blow up the house. He was never going to meet at a drop location. He
Uh-huh.
knew the manager would call the police as he was playing psychological chess
Ooh.
to create paranoia amongst the Nippon Bank employees.
Uh-huh.
And because of this paranoia, he knew the employees wouldn't ask him any questions.
Is there a reason why he's using Nippon instead of like Japanese? Is it because like that's the city, or is it just because like I know like
The officer
Nippon
informed the
has
4
like
men
cultural roots,
to
right?
exit the vehicle and
Oh. Country Yamato using Nippon around 7th century. Yeah, Nippon and Nihon. Right, yeah. I know there's that.
to hide behind a nearby wall while he inspected their vehicle for the bomb.
Mm-hmm.
Moments later, the employees noticed smoke and flames
Oh shit.
coming from beneath the vehicle. The officer rolled out from underneath, shouting that the vehicle was going to explode at any second. As the 4 men braced themselves, the police officer then got into their car and drove away.
Yes,
Still
that's the
burning
perpetrator, right?
On the ground was a road flare.
Oh, it's good. This is good.
They were
You're
announcing
right.
at
This
this
guy's
point
good.
That they just got hustled
Good
out of
fucking
300
music.
million
Holy
by
crap.
one guy with a fucking road flare. All 4 bank employees had seen the appearance of the suspect, so the portrait of the suspect was
Also, look at
quickly
what happened to my
drawn.
glasses.
120
This
pieces
is
of
like
evidence
this is like a
gathered
weird
from the
dot.
crime
Hold up,
scene,
maybe you guys can see.
including the stolen motorcycle, which was painted white to replicate
You
Tokyo's
see the
motor.
dot?
A
I don't know if you
massive
guys
police
can.
investigation was launched, posting 780,000
This is like weird
montage
dot on
pictures
my
throughout
fucking
Japan.
lens.
The list of suspects
And it's like, I'm
included
pretty sure it's a
110,000
scratch at this
names,
point, like a
and
really big one.
170,000 police
I don't even know how I
officers
scratched it.
participated
You saw the
in
dot?
investigation, the largest investigation in Japanese history.
Like, holy shit, it's huge.
Police
And
focused
it just
their
happened
search on
today.
the
Like,
scene
literally,
from
there was a
which the
raindrop on my
motorcycle, a
glasses.
Yamaha Sport
And, like,
350R1,
I don't
was
know,
stolen.
it just
stolen between
permanently
November
sticked on
19th
there.
and 20th. At that time, police motorcycles
It's weird. I
were
cleaned it
all
with
made by Honda,
alcohol and
and it was
everything,
no
and it's just
Yamaha
not
police
going on.
motorcycle.
Like, the
The
alcohol
motorcycle
is
was
weird
originally
because it
blue
actually
and
gets
was
rid of
spray
it,
painted white.
but then
Well,
it's like,
actually,
you know,
fuck,
like when you go
I think I already said that.
your glasses and it like
Well, it was spray
fogs
painted.
up.
Anyways, the road flare
It does
the
that.
smoke bomb used was a high flare 5.
It comes back.
Manufactured by
It fogs
Kula
back.
Hodagaya plant in Hodagaya district, Yokohama City. The type used during the robbery was determined to be acquired from a gas station.
Oh,
a
wow.
PA system loudspeaker was mounted on the motorcycle. According to the serial number, a total of 5 products of the same batch were found, of which 4 were confirmed whereabouts. And the last one was stolen at a construction site. The police then located the stolen bank vehicle at the Kokubun Temple ruins in Nishimoto town. Only then did the police realize that the suspect had changed cars on the way. No trace was found, no matter how much they searched. The police questioned the nearby residents, and a witness stated they saw a blue Toyota Corolla parked at that location 2 days prior to the incident. Immediately afterwards, police located the Corolla in an open space of a nearby high school. After checking the license plate of the Corolla, they found that it was, in fact, another stolen vehicle. Inside the Corolla was an empty safe.
This guy got away with it.
A 19-year-old male who was the son of a local motorcycle police officer. And only 5 days after the robbery occurred,
that's all they got
the
of it?
suspect was suddenly found dead.
No, like, color?
The cause of death, cyanide poisoning. The man had no alibi for the robbery, but the money was not found after his death, which was ruled a suicide. His father insisted he was innocent.
That's weird.
He was subsequently cleared of charges. Out of the list of 110,000 names, one by one, investigators crossed each name.
Well, obviously they
off the
found him,
list.
right?
Another suspect
Like, what I'm
was a
saying is, like,
26-year-old male
I would
arrested on
imagine,
unrelated
like,
charges,
the
who was
remore,
found
right?
to match
To,
the
like,
composite
the-
sketch of the fake police officer.
Yeah.
He was released because he had been taking a proctored exam at the time of the crime, and they wouldn't have another suspect for 7 years.
Another suspect for 7 years? So they found something else, right? Like,
In
I guess, like, who got the
1975,
money?
A friend of
after
the
this
deceased
guy?
19-year-old suspect was arrested on an unrelated charge. He was found to be in possession of an extremely large amount of money, but police were unable to prove the money was from the robbery. The 7-year-long investigation offered few answers, and back in December 1975, the statute of limitations on the crime had passed.
Yeah,
As of
so they couldn't
1988,
trace it
the
or
thief
go after it.
has also been relieved of any civil liabilities. 7 years despite the efforts of hundreds of detectives and tens of thousands of police officers. It's
That's
even said that
crazy.
a few died of exhaustion while working the case. And although that may seem a little bit over the top, so does the price tag of how much this investigation cost.
Yeah. That's a lot of money. Holy crap.
In 1998, a 55-year-old man
How much was it in US?
lost.
7,685,000. Now, let's what's the word? Compare that to the cost of global warming. I put warming. Oh my god, I cannot spell. 16 what? Okay, just heat waves. This is keeping in mind heat waves. 16 trillion since the early 1990s. So that's not accounting for like times after or actually before. It's kind of a lot. That's a lot of money. My game is set to Fire Emblem. Are you fucking? Thank you for telling me that. Thank you so fucking much. Hold on. Number one streamer, baby. Oh, look at this thumb. I'm gonna suck on this thumb. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. This is my brain dead humor. Is it even humor? I don't think so. I think it's more like, what's it called? Just me being like fucking weird. Why is this open? Fucking close that tab. What else do I have fucking open? It's like my homework. I had my homework fucking open. Well, yeah, yeah. No, like that's a little bit of money in the grand scheme of things, right?
In 1998, a 55-year-old man by the name of Yuhi Ogata
But like
claimed
for
to have
then,
been
it was a
the
lot.
mastermind behind the heist. The claim was initially made by a Japanese magazine writer, Shukano Zeki, who claimed to have solved the crime through the
Oh wow.
existence of a 500 yen note that Ogata supposedly
Oh, you
gave to
told
a
me we were
10-year-old boy
going to be the
for good
first
luck
streamer to
in
ever make it
1968.
with no promotion
Ogata
on
openly
social
admitted
media.
that he and another accomplice were able to sneak the money past police
And you know what?
roadblocks using a truck.
You know what? They must have music. Do you see me using social media besides Twitch? No, except for YouTube, I guess. But like, you know what I mean. I'm just like, technically, you promoted me, but like, am I promoting myself out there on YouTube? No. Actually, funnily enough, I only have videos for my VOD stacked up for like another 8 days. Like, I don't have anything past like March 4th or something. Cough Twitter, cough, cough. My Twitter isn't even popular. It's not even gonna pop off, man. And even then, it's like, do I want to do Twitch or do I want to work for fucking like I don't know Google, fucking Microsoft, Micro Center, even like that sounds way better than being a Twitch streamer. You
Transporting
know,
glass beans. Soon after, they fled to opposite ends of the country.
who knows? Maybe I
The
work for
validity
like
of his story
fucking
has been
Twitch,
questioned by a number of
but I'm an
people,
actual good
including his
employee and
family,
fucking
who
bring up
stated
actual
Ogata was
issues at
constantly
Twitch.
bugging
Who
their
knows?
family for money. The offender
Like
and mastermind.
I'm like,
behind the
hello
crime
everybody
and
working in
heist
Twitch.
has
I'm
never
gonna
been
fucking
found.
fight
He's
you
become a
because we
legendary
need
historical
social
figure
justice
in
and
Japanese
actual
culture.
change in our platform.
私の喪失感は今も消
Not
えない
about just working for Twitch. No.
それは心の傷に時効がないから
And some like to think he moved someplace far away with a shitload of money.
No, straight up, yeah. It gets banned from the platform and kicked from headquarters. No, it's just like if I were to truly work for Twitch, it's like I'll tell you what, and this is what they've been telling me in school. The majority of the people that were laid off within the last year were only people that had software skills. The unfortunate truth about having people just know how to code is that essentially you just have like people specializing in the ability to just like write. And unfortunately for a lot of people that don't know that this, right, that's an easy skill to come by about, because writing stuff is, it's everybody can do it. But it's unfortunate for this group of people that like thought they were gonna make it big. Yeah, like that's just sad reality of corporations. Yeah, it's sad. No, yeah, you're right. Nothing would change. They would fucking fire me for a second to get, or fucking like I don't know, blackball me or something, blacklist me, whatever, right? No, like straight up. What was I gonna say? So yeah, unfortunately, like nowadays, like yeah, back then, like fucking straight up, coding was like seen as the supreme thing, but like now you get into a time and age where like people are like not even certain that coding can fucking bring in money anymore. Um, like for example, game developers, they barely make enough money. If y'all hear about stuff like in Activision, they need unions, like actual unions, to actually make money. Um, so that's why I want to focus more on the hardware side of things, because the thing about hardware is like, unless like I don't know, you have people fucking understanding. Yeah, it's just as common as a grocery store worker. Exactly. Like anyone can code. Exactly. It's unfortunate. That's the truth. And I'm not here saying like you shouldn't like pursue computer science or just the ability to code. I'm just saying, and that's what's happened. It became mainstream and people realize coders are replaceable. Yeah. Any job is replaceable. Exactly. I mean, once you have the effort. But like if you're like hardware jobs, Let's deep sea dev. Let's read this. Is this even the right like area? As a hardware development company, we know relevance building high quality hardware for consumers. However, there have been situations where companies and startups underestimate the need of working hard on this aspect. That's why we decided to write an article on why hardware is important. Oh shit. In simple terms, hardware moves the world, and it always has. Hardware probably was born as a machine. No, literally, this is the most important people, the people that design hardware, machines, stuff like that. Most important people on earth. Without them, we wouldn't have oil rigs. Without them, we wouldn't have like equipment and stuff like that. You know what I mean? The difference is that you need to just know your worth, and if your worth is being taken advantage of yourself, then well, yeah, then go work for yourself. Exactly. No, you're fucking right. Literally, my professors have told me don't go working for fucking Elon Musk. Don't go working for fucking Amazon. Those jobs literally suck you dry. Like literally, LA Monster Music is true. Self-employment is becoming the number one job since the pandemic, and it's good that it is. It's literally bringing a lot of competition. People realize that they were all being used by their jobs and decided to make it their own their own way. Exactly. And anyhow, what I'm bringing up with hardware is and why what I want to do with hardware is just like it's important. And decided to make their own way. I swear, sometimes it pops up like delayed, second afterwards. Uh, Anyhow, nowadays hardware has evolved and its concept too. A short answer: what hardware is physical components that are a part electronic system or make up a computer. Possible imagine, yeah, like for example, the difference between coding and people I guess like software and hardware is that for software, like I explained earlier, it's like literally you just have somebody like literally writing, right? You can write and describe what you're doing, right? For example, Python is like the perfect example of that it's literally just English. You coding in English, literally. I mean, of course, it's a little more like it gets nuanced, right? But yeah, but like when it comes to like hardware, that shit's hard. Like nobody can come up with the same thing, and no two pieces of hardware are the same. Someone who has no engineering experience can just load up a CAD software, learn it, and create just like 3D printing. It changes everything in today's society. Exactly, literally. So I'd support it. Well, let me put away this milk back, and I'll come back. So I don't think we'll talk. I literally feel like I want to throw up. Like, oh, I just want to go. Bleh, bleh. You all want to hear me throw up? I'm gonna go. Bleh, bleh. No, this is why I think like the most irreplaceable people out there are probably gonna have to be like environmental engineers, just because I feel like we need more people that actually take a role in protecting society. Well, I guess like society as well, but like environment, right? Protecting everybody, species, proliferating species. Because like certain types of dams, for example, let me bring up. And the sad part is, I don't think they're fucking paid that much. Oh shit, they're paid a pretty decent amount. I mean, they should be paid way more in my fucking opinion. Like, like environmental engineers are literally fucking what you call it? They're like necessary. They do facilities. Uh they also just work with stuff like this. Here we go. They're like an intersection. It's like the weirdest thing. They do water quality, site remediation, air quality, green energy. They also work on like dams and stuff like that. They produce areas like this. They're like a necessity. Dude, Elon is developing his own terraforming AI, like something out of the grave. Hold on. He uses terraform Mars. Well, here's the sad reality. I don't think and make it livable. Well, the thing is, like, you can't terraform a planet in our lifetime. That's the unfortunate truth. And then next to that, a lot of ethical questions come into play. Can we truly let a fucking billionaire's idea run rampant and course its way through, or like what are the intentions behind this? You know, there's so much to that, right? You gotta question, because like here's the thing, and it's true, and everybody should fucking question themselves. Question number one: why am I listening to this motherfucker on screen? That little question can be translated to: why should I listen to anything that somebody is inventing? Why should I want to learn about this invention, right? Question number two: who is this person and what is their actual values? Question number three: will this truly cause a change for us, the society, or the area that they're implementing this? You know what I mean? Because, like, if you just terraform a planet, you gotta think about it. Did you fuck over the ecosystem? Are you helping out the human race in the long term? Like, what's gonna happen? Because for all you know, what ends up happening is like, sure, we terraform Mars, but that leads to like a revolution between Mars and Earth, and now we have two separate societies that hate each other, right? Who knows? And in the end, it won't matter if you question it or not. No, it does matter. Trust me, it does matter. That goes a long way. Because if they just start terraforming Mars, there will be people against this. I feel there, and if there isn't, I don't know. Like, I'm gonna be against that. I'm just against that right off the bat because like we should literally dedicate our understanding to why Mars is in the condition it is, rather than, oh, let's just save Mars, because like it'll help us understand how such radical events could occur to a planet, and in a way also inspire us not to let that happen to our planet. Do you know what I mean? Like, there's all this stuff, right? Like, that's why I kind of just don't want Elon Musk's mission to go to Mars to like even happen, because like the moment that happens, you know, they're fucking up. Like, you know, it's like something's gonna mess up around there, and it's like not gonna be good in the overall span of things. Like, I feel like we need an actual organization with the committee, like an actual official committee, like whether it be the Committee of Earth, Committee of Extraterrestrials, or like, you know, some other being or something. I don't know. We need like an actual committee that defines and understands what these fucking billionaires are doing, or what these individuals that you know, kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Project. That's not the word. Propose are doing, because if we don't have a committee behind that, you know, of diverse people, I'm talking about like people from like psychology, people from different fields, people from like, you know, English professors for all I care, right? Like, we if we don't have a diverse body that's studying and trying to understand what's being proposed, we failed as a society, because like quite literally, we're just letting whoever proposed whatever, right, just go along and just, you know, accomplish your goal or task without understanding the consequences. You know what I mean? uh a vacuum can create static electricity that can damage computer components. A vacuum can also create enough suction to make your fan spin hard enough to damage them. Don't use a feather duster. Bro, what the fuck? A Mao? What? You type that out again? Ignore that? I'm not ignoring that. Are you trying to change the conversation? Because I'm spitting my truth. I'm just kidding. No, like, yeah, no, like, seriously, we need a diverse body. Like, by body, I obviously mean a committee, right? To understand this. Um, it's important, right? You can't just let whoever wants to just create whatever. Because like, think about it. If you're like working on Ultron and you're gonna propose that to like the military, like I mean, you shouldn't just let the military just be like yoink, right? You should have a group of people be like, well, first of all, is this invention ethical? Do we want to implement this? But you know, the US doesn't fucking let that happen, unfortunately. But this happens when it comes to psychology, though. Why does that happen when it comes to psychology? Oh, I want to study what happens between babies when they grow up. Like, you know, you have then you need a committee. Like, what the fuck is going on? You know what I mean? You can invent Ultron, but the moment you want to study like children or like how people grow or just people in general, you need to go through a committee. I feel like everybody should go through a committee. It's just beneficial. You know what I mean? And that leads to
Nuclear
this.
energy creates an uneasy feeling of danger for many people. Ancient and dangerous minerals are concentrated to awaken seemingly unnatural powers.
Oh my god, that's the god pill. It's gonna make me extra high. I'm just kidding. I'm just joking. I don't even know why I wanted to say that. I was saying that you know what's funny is the fact that they would never rather pump billions into making Mars into our new Earth rather than fucking trying to fix the one thing we have been living on for billions of years. Yeah, that's the funny thing too. They'd rather go and fucking pollute, potentially pollute another planet than fucking, you know, fix our planet. It's like, you know, they're essentially doing an eye for an eye makes the world go blind, you know? It's such a sick and twisted thing.
Has nuclear energy killed, and how?
Bum bum bum. You know, if you're a psychologist out there, we need you. Thank you so much. Should be paid way more than you are. Everybody deserves pay.
Most of them were pretty minor compared to the two disasters everybody is familiar with, Fukushima and Chernobyl.
All right, man.
Chernobyl is undoubtedly the worst.
Well, good night, Lay Monster Music, if you're leaving.
The reactor technology
Yep. Good night. I'll be talking about the environment still. Maybe more philosophically, I don't know. Literally, I don't know.
Still, only 31 people died directly
go get some work done. Yep. Well, thank you so much for coming by. Thank you for listening to me.
Radiation they release.
Funnily enough, I think I am. It's probably gonna be Fire Emblem Engage. I'll be honest too. Like, if I do see tomorrow, it's probably gonna be early on too. Probably like even like 2 p.m. I don't know. Thing is, I'm probably gonna sleep in, and then I'll see what the fuck is up tomorrow. What tomorrow's me? Take my magic balls. I'm just kidding. Where's my water bottle? Oh shit! What the fuck was in my? Oh, it's behind the cereal. Yeah. Okay, well, thank you so much. You know, again, to everybody that's listening in, I'm grateful that Lay Monster Music came here, right? He gave me a talking point that I didn't think I was going to talk about. And he's actually bringing up actual stuff, you know. I wish there were more people here, but, you know, it's fine. It's fine, you know. Yep. Thank you so much for coming by. I'll see you tomorrow. Yep. And for the meanwhile, let's continue the video, right? So I'll just bring up one. I'll just bring up the elephant in the room. If you use social media, they would. Lol. No, fuck social media. Who's social media? Who's social media? I don't know social media. Just gonna continue to roast you into YouTube. You know what? I'm gonna double down now. I'm gonna double dip. I'm gonna be like, no social media.
So the real question is, how many deaths through cancer and other diseases will Chernobyl cause?
What?
Is undoubtedly the worst nuclear accident in history for a number of reasons.
This is why I am literally critical of Kursagat, because look, we're talking about Chernobyl, right?
Technology was old and ill-prepared for emergencies, and the government response was slow and more concerned
Yeah,
about image.
those are legitimate things, right?
Still, only 31 people died directly in the accident. But what makes nuclear energy scary is not reactors blowing up, but the radiation they release. So the real question is, how many deaths through cancer and other diseases will Chernobyl cause?
Okay, yeah.
Here things get really complicated because you dip right into controversy, and just discussing the different estimates and how they were calculated deserves a video of its own.
See, they always mention that, and if you notice too, so let's just for further reading, German channel, Spanish channel. Oh my god, how do they sound in Spanish? I like, hola, tengo coño.
Todos nos sentimos solos a veces. Si nadie se sienta a nuestro lado en la comida, al mudarnos a otra ciudad, o en el fin de semana si todos están ocupados. Pero en las últimas décadas, este sentimiento ocasional se ha vuelto crónico para millones. En el Reino Unido, el 60% de las personas entre 18 y 34 se sienten solas a menudo.
Oh my god.
En el Reino Unido, el 60% de las personas entre 18 y
34
se sienten solas a menudo. En los Estados Unidos, el 46%.
Okay, yeah, he's Spanish. Spanish. Just joking. No, what was I gonna say? So like, they do this thing where like, we cannot cover this in this video, and it's like, really? Can you not just like push the video to like 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes? Like, you know what I mean? And then if they do eventually cover it, it's like interesting. It's like they have backers. That's the thing. You all should watch the CoffeeZilla video on Kursagat.
The most pessimistic estimate comes from a study commissioned by the European.
Oh yeah. So I just want to bring up a concept here. So like they're bringing up the most pessimistic like a study out there. Take it with a grain of salt, but also think about it through this lens of view too. In computer science, right? So there's this thing called computational complexity, right? And it revolves a lot around time. So for example, yeah, big O complexity. So this is O to the power of 2n, O to the power of n squared. This one is O. Excuse me. Is this an O(n) squared? Oh yeah. This is O(n) factorial O to n O(n) squared O(n) log n O(n). Right. Yeah, this is closer. Yeah, this is O(n). And then this is O log n, and then O(1) is just like a straight fucking line, right? Which means it has almost no operations, and it's pretty instant in like calculation. So it's constant, right? Is all it means. So what was I gonna say? When it comes to situations where we don't know how many people are affected or how many elements there are, you do want to take the most pessimistic route. But where this differs, where I'm constructing my argument here, right, is in computer science, right? We have math that confirms why we want to label something O of n. For example, if we have a for loop is literally complexity O of n in itself. A loop executes n times so that the sequence of statements also executes n times. Since we assume the statements are O of 1, the total time is n by O of 1, which is O of n overall. See, so, what this means is essentially in a linear amount of time. So if it takes 1 second, you have um you have n executions, right? Fucking, how do I explain it? Not n executions. You have one execution of the n executions, right? So you have O1, then so if 1 with O1, then 2 with O2, then you go up to like n time to n, right? Essentially. Um and you have like a fucking like line. Let's go decimal. You have this, right? Linear time. Um Likewise with the Chernobyl disaster, you have to think through that lens. But the issue with thinking through that lens is that it actually affects people, and it's not like a predetermined size or you know sort of like analysis we can really input, because us human beings are complex beings. And not only that, if we're too biased in contrast to being objective when it comes to math, um it can lead to the skewing of data and skewing of what actually truly happened. So you gotta be
by the year 2065.
you gotta take this with a grain of salt, is what I'm saying at the end of the day.
With numbers much lower than this. The WHO
and I'm probably not making sense. I need to refine my talking points in the way I construct myself online, right? But that's why I like streaming, because it helps me like kind of like put myself together. But yeah, see, and then they start doing this. It's like, tell us, because in my opinion, if you can't fit that into the video, at least put like a picture of it in the video. At the very least, don't just be like, click on our link, click on this. Because then, a lot of that knowledge, a lot of these people are just like, gonna be like, well, no wait, I have proof of this. Another factor, the nuclear numbers, deaths related to nuclear and renewable. You have people like this. We don't have anywhere to store the U.S. Well, you get people like just talking about unrelated. I don't even know where I'm going with that. I don't know where I'm going with that talking point. The point is, you don't get much people involved around like, what I'm saying is like you don't get a lot of people talking about like the other sources that are mentioned, right? Because like I think like an issue Kursagat could potentially face one day, right? And this isn't like an actual true critique of Kursagat, if not more of a straw man, I think, right? But I feel like it should still just be sad, just for argument's sake. And that is that my fear is like Kursagat one day is like, oh yeah, the world's gonna end, because obviously one day it will end, right? Well, like all their extra sources say otherwise, right?
Decisive. And so the current
like that gets nefarious fast.
The major difference here is that these deaths were not a consequence of radiation.
But you gotta trust them. I trust some of their knowledge, but you gotta take a lot of the other knowledge with a grain of salt.
Estimates of the possible long-term deaths from radiation vary widely.
Yeah.
From none at all to about 1,000. In terms of the other long-term consequences, an increase in thyroid cancer in children has been...
It's like, where'd they get the none at all?
In terms of the other long-term consequences, an increase in thyroid...
These sources here?
Cancer in children has been observed, but according to the WHO, this is related to the increased screening rates.
Okay.
By 2018, there had been only one confirmed death among workers as a result of radiation-induced lung cancer. Now, let's compare this to renewable energy. Solar, wind, and geothermal energy basically only cause deaths as a result of construction and maintenance accidents.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, their current share of global energy is pretty low. The major player in renewable energy is hydropower, which...
Yeah, which is funny, because, like, look at how they fucking state this. Nuclear renewables...
player in renewable
So yeah, it's like they put oil, coal, gas, nuclear, right? Nuclear is 4.3%. Nuclear is what we're trying to go, right? At least when it comes to like nuclear fusion and fission. Um, but like, look at how much of these contenders take place. Luckily, Chrisagat isn't in that type of like infographics thing that's like, oh, big oil bought the video and now they're like, putting oil names and stuff like that, right? Yeah, hydropower is a big chunk of renewable energy.
Dams and letting water flow through turbines from a higher elevation to a lower elevation.
Yeah.
In total, hydro has been the most
taking advantage of gravity.
accidents, with hundreds of thousands of deaths in the last half century. One accident clearly stands out: the 1975 Bankao hydroelectric dam failure in China.
Like, I mean, here's the thing too. Why is he talking about like issues with like hydropower? Like, I mean, it's important to bring up, but like, why not issues with oil? Why not issues with whatever else? Why not issues with nuclear, which is what the video is actually on?
Which has striking similarities to Chernobyl. Old technology, poor design, and poor management by authoritarian governments concerned about appearances.
Authoritarian governments? Where's that link coming from?
In a nutshell, a massive typhoon triggered intense flooding that destroyed the dam and subsequently a number of smaller dams in a chain reaction, unleashing a flood of over 15 billion cubic meters of water in total. Kilometer-wide waves as high as buildings devastated thousands of square kilometers of countryside.
But where's the nuclear?
All in all, the death toll from just this one accident and its direct consequences is estimated to lie between 85,000 to 240,000.
Yeah.
But all of these deaths caused by nuclear and renewable energy are actually negligible in comparison to the real killer energy source: fossil fuel, the most widely used source of energy and electricity.
There we go.
When we burn fossil fuels to heat up water and make turbines spin,
fossil fuels, I'm just kidding.
Explosions to move
I mean,
cars within
I'm bought out by big oil if you wanted to know. Imagine I said that. Oh my god. Yeah, no, this is fucking horrible shit.
Breathing in these gases disrupts lung function, which aggravates chronic conditions like asthma and bronchitis, and causes a wide range of respiratory and cardiovascular diseases. But even more dangerous is the fine particle pollution burning fossil fuels causes. A mixture of solid and liquid droplets of poisonous substances as small as 2.5 microns in diameter.
And this is what's killing us all each day.
Into your lungs and increase the risk
Killing
of
just being like affected
lung
or
cancer,
meaning that.
stroke, and heart
Affecting.
disease. Fossil fuel related air pollution is the #1 cause of environmental related deaths in the world. According to the WHO, it accounts for 29% of all cases of lung cancer, 17% of deaths from acute lower respiratory infection, 24% from stroke, 25% from ischemic heart disease, and 43% from chronic obstructive pulmonary disease. All in all, outside air pollution
Fuck, that's just yikes.
adds up to the deaths of 4 million people each year. What makes air pollution especially problematic and sinister is the fact that the damage it causes happens very gradually, which makes it hard for our brains that didn't evolve with subtle dangers in mind to realize the scope of the problem. Collectively, air pollution from fossil fuels is estimated to have killed around 100 million people.
The whole thing, my whole criticism too is like, why are they bringing up all this when the whole title, I guess, is worst nuclear accidents in history?
No, outside air pollution of the problem. Collectively, air pollution from fossil fuels is estimated to have killed around 100
This is why, again, like I'm like,
in the past 50
take
years.
Kursagat with the like a grain of salt.
Is that really fair? Fossil fuels also provide over 80% of global energy, so it makes sense that they cause the most deaths. So let's compare deaths per energy unit.
No.
Deaths per energy unit produced. A few studies have compared the death rates from different energy sources per 1 terawatt-hour. That's about the annual energy consumption of 27,000 EU citizens, or 12,600 US citizens. To produce that much energy for
the way they, I guess,
coal
like,
causes 25.
so they talk about the environment a lot, right? And like all these issues are actual environmental issues, fossil fuels, the lack of renewable sources, nuclear radiation and contamination. They're actual like issues that affect us, right? And I feel like in this case, right? It's like not really going over the worst nuclear accidents yet, besides Fukushima and Chernobyl. But like, there's way more, by the way, you guys. If you all didn't know, there's like there's very smaller events.
5 deaths, oil causes 18, and natural gas 3. Renewable energy causes 1 death every few decades.
Yeah.
And nuclear, in the worst case, nuclear energy would cause 1 death every 14 years. One study even found that nuclear energy actually saved 2 million lives between 1971 and 2009 by displacing fossil fuels from the global energy mix.
Yeah.
The numbers are clear. Even when using wildly pessimistic numbers, nuclear energy is among the safest forms of energy generation, and at a time when we're struggling to slow down rapid climate change, it's a really valuable low-carbon option. However, all these facts still leave one major argument that is fielded against nuclear power. Opponents of nuclear energy argue that nuclear waste and its lack of long-term storage solutions is an unacceptable problem and risk, while proponents of nuclear energy say that until renewable energy...
It seriously is. If you all didn't know, recently, of course, this is just using an older example. You see, recently, these oil barrels right here or something, like they have like some really nasty chemical inside, right? Yeah, and these insecticide barrels, essentially, they were not disposed of properly. If we cannot dispose of like insecticide correctly, I don't think we can dispose of like nuclear, you know, fucking waste correctly, Like we can't just dig it underground either. I mean, we can make designated pits with like designated lead boxes. That works. But like we can't really like just be like, "Oh, yeah, let's just dig a fucking hole, put the waste in there," cuz that just spreads to the environment and gets transport. Essentially, it goes down into the environment and down into the soil. Some plant taps into it or some thing taps into it, bacteria, whatever, and then that proliferates and spreads in the environment, and then it goes up, and then it eventually comes back to us and hurts us in the long term, right?
Are able to cover the complete energy demands of mankind, it's arguably safer to store nuclear waste for the time being than to inhale poisonous gases and promote...
That's all we can do. We can store, but like even storing is like, I don't think people can properly do that without like doing you putting it in a like a lead box.
So looking at
in another video,
it's a bit concerning that some countries are replacing nuclear energy with fossil fuels, mostly coal. Especially Germany and Japan have been the most active in dismantling their nuclear fleet. In a ploy to appease the public, the German government shut down 11 of its 17 nuclear facilities and plans to close the remaining reactors in 2022.
Wow, oh shit, that's horrible.
Gap in energy production.
I mean, I don't know how that's changed because this video is ancient.
The energy source with the largest health impacts and the worst consequences for climate change. A 2019 analysis concluded that as a consequence, the nuclear phase-out has led to 1,100 avoidable deaths per year in Germany due to
and that's
air pollution
big
in the
oil,
years after
big
2010.
fossil fuel, whatever the hell you want to call them.
Nuclear energy feels way more dangerous than it actually is. No matter how you look at it, the one thing we should strive to get rid of as quickly as possible are fossil fuels to prevent the deaths they cause each year and to slow down climate change. Regardless of how much you personally care.
But where's the worst nuclear accidents in
About
history?
climate change issues or which energy source you favor, saving millions of
Yeah,
lives
what a
should
misleading
be
title.
something we can all agree on.
It wasn't even
Maybe
like
you've actually made some kind
one
of
or two.
resolution to try and be more sustainable this year. Or maybe your goals are more about you as a person and you'd like to pick up some new skills. Still being stuck mostly inside is the perfect time to work on that plan. We've partnered with Skillshare, an online learning community that offers thousands of classes for all skill levels. Classes about more enjoyable, can't decide which class to take, give it a go.
Okay. See, that's why I'm like hypercritical because they can be misleading at times. But in other scenarios, they're actually pretty good, right?
The Earth is a gigantic.
All I'm saying is just to be like not skeptical, but just know what you're digesting, right?
With a heart of iron as hot as the surface of the sun, titanic amounts of heat left over from its birth, and the radioactive decay of trillions of tons.
This is actually going to tie into volcanoes because like, they're pretty similar.
But up, currents of rock spanning thousands of kilometers carry this energy to
volcanoes
the
are really connected to the core of the Earth. The core of the Earth is actually similar to the sun, though different in a lot of key ways.
But it's only a fragile barrier, an apple skin around a flaming behemoth. True apocalypses can break through and unleash eruptions tens of times more powerful than all of our nuclear weapons combined.
And I brought up all that stuff with Bill Gates because they're very questionable as donors to this channel.
How big can they get?
Does he help out their Patreon, I think? If not, like actually just like personally donating their funds for the research to be carried out and for them to pay their employees, which is good. But like, you know, it's like
there are many types.
It's like you're compromising yourself almost. Like that's a different conversation for a different point, for a different time. Yeah, what I did there.
Plates, the
What
pieces
they do.
of crust that cover the Earth like a giant jigsaw puzzle. There are 7 major tectonic plates and dozens of smaller ones, drifting against each other at up to 15 centimeters per year. This sounds slow, but on geological timescales, it is a tight.
So the way they built their environment here was more in like they brought up a bunch of like good events, right? A bunch of interesting events, a bunch of like what we do, what it looks like. But it's so, how do I say it? Cubic, right? Look at this. But it's also very, how do I say it? Very abstract, right? At the same time, like the birds are just like what, like a pill and like a semicircle.
In our sources,
Literally,
are replacing nuclear energy
the
with fossil
countries
fuels,
aren't even
mostly
countries; they're just like blobs of land just floating.
coal.
Kind of like a simulator, right?
Struggle
Here they do the same thing, and that's what I like about their style.
Into a new mountain range,
Like when they go about describing the environment, like our environment, they're way too doom and gloom.
The asthenosphere. The temperature here is enough to melt rock into a liquid, but the insane pressures of all that mass keep it a superheated solid. Tectonic plates are usually in contact with water for thousands of years and absorb some of it. When they're submerged into the hot underworld, this water triggers chemical transformations that allow tiny.
This is why
rocks
water is
to
important
melt
to our
into
planet.
magma. Liquid magma is less dense than solid rock, so it rises to the surface in furious bubbles that accumulate in sponge-like reservoirs right under the crust. If enough magma accumulates,
This is why there's like rings of fire around the continental shelves.
As volcanoes. This happens under the winning plate, like a revenge attack by the loser before it's erased forever. The second main source of volcanoes are thought to be mantle plumes. These are columns of abnormally hot rock that rise all the way from the planet's
That's what
core
Yellowstone
boundary
is,
to
I
the
think.
surface. Much less is known about them, but in a way, it's as if the Earth's mantle has weather patterns and mantle plumes are a little
it's because
rising to form storm.
what's Where is it? Yeah, like look at this. Imagine this is like the continental. Like, this is just the ground. Imagine this. It's gonna be up here, and then this is like the lava plume she's coming out, right? I mean, let's check this. Is the Earth a giant? It's a giant magnet, but is it also a giant inductor? There's a coil that is rotating out through the Earth's magnetic field. The voltage induced by it's just a giant magnet. The magnet just has a lot of like currents and stuff. Like whether it be like actual like current, like as in like amperage, or like fucking like currents of like some sort of liquid flowing.
Storm clouds. Storms hundreds of millions of years old, made of rock circulating at a rate of a few.
Oh my god, I'm disappearing. Oh my god.
They don't care about the motion of tectonic plates, so they can break the crust to create volcanoes in the middle of nowhere that stubbornly stay active as the crust shifts around them. The volcanic boom meter.
Yeah.
Scientists love to put big booms on a scale and came up with a logarithmic scale that measures the volume ejected during an eruption. The Volcanic Explosivity Index, or VEI. Simply put, it starts really small and gets very big very quickly.
Yeah, Krakatoa was the worst one. You could feel that one across the world, apparently. It's well documented.
With lava. We have around 10 of these per year. At VEI 3, we already see devastating effects, like the eruption of the Semeru volcano in 2021 that destroyed thousands of homes in Indonesia.
Yeah,
at VEI 5, we see catastrophic amounts of materials, cubic kilometers of debris, equivalent to an entire lake of molten rock blasted into the air. Like the 2022 Hunga Tonga Hunga Hapai eruption that sent a shockwave around the globe many times and created ocean-wide tsunamis.
Yeah.
At a VEI of 6, an eruption can change the world. In 1883,
Krakatoa,
the
literally.
Indonesian island volcano Krakatoa erupted nearly
This is the worst.
over the course of 5 months. One of those eruptions blew it apart, producing the loudest sound recorded in history.
Yeah.
10 trillion times louder than a rocket taking off, heard halfway around the world. 30-meter high tsunamis swept away.
Yeah, literally.
And so much gas and ash were released
that it caused like little mini ice age.
Celsius. Red, dusty sunsets followed for many years. At VEI 7, we get supercolossal eruptions, millennium-defining events.
Literally, this is Yellowstone.
Has only encountered a handful of times. Mount Tambora was a 4,300-meter high mountain until it exploded in 1815 and released 400 times more energy than the Tsar Bomba. 140
wow, I didn't know that one.
Ash and dust was shot halfway to space
now this shit's cool.
smothering the world's skies,
this is like the most objective video I've seen from them too.
No summer the following year, crops died, and over 100,000 people perished.
1815?
This is the dreadful potential, turning the ash and dust times more meter high mountain until it exploded in 1850.
In history, the worst year. It was in Pompeii, right? The worst in history. Yeah, no. It was the worst year to be alive because it was like one of the worst volcanic like a volcano essentially like ended up like erupting, and that literally led to like a lot of like issues because like the crops and famine spread amok because like literally the earth cooled and was just clouded, right? Literally the right. The more contemporary accounts of the volcanic winter are from authors of Constantinople, Eastern Roman Empire. Impact of cooler temperatures, extended beyond Europe. Summer temperatures 536 fell as much as 2.5 degrees fucking Celsius. You hear, if we go above 2 degrees, we're fucked. Now, imagine if the Earth cooled 2.5 degrees. We'd be fucking good for another 100, 200 years. You know what I'm saying? But I think that's what they're getting to. But except this volcano probably didn't cool us down as much as it probably just caused a lot of issues
400 times more energy
at a
than its
remote
sun bomber.
location.
140 billion tons of ash and dust were shot halfway to space before smothering the world's skies, turning them a sickly yellow. There was no summer the following year, crops died, and over 100,000 people perished. This is the dreadful potential of
Yeah, this is good. So like, you literally, volcanoes are like the #1 contender for like the end of the world movies. Literally, society changing, country changing, um, world changing events, right?
with famines across the other side of the
Literally, because like it's just something we can't control. It's just Yellowstone, for all we know, could go off whenever. Let's switch that up. Oops, I can't spell. Right, it's the Yellowstone one, right? USGS. Oh my god. Let's read this article. This is from the U.S. government, so we know their source is like legitimate. Yellowstone is not overdue. Okay, that's all we need to read. Volcanoes do not work in predictable ways. Yeah, they can just literally go off whenever. But typically, the consensus is Yellowstone will not erupt within our lifetime. Yeah, literally. Though people are freaked out. Then there's earthquakes and stuff like that, right? So this video builds up the Earth environment really well in contrast to the last one.
Is a media invention and not a scientific term. The main issue with them is that not every eruption from a supervolcano is a super eruption.
Exactly.
What makes supervolcanoes
There
special
can be small
is that
eruptions.
they've been waiting to erupt for hundreds of thousands of years. Pressure builds up in colossal magma reservoirs several kilometers deep until it becomes strong
That's a good
enough
point
to
they
lift
brought
the rock
up too.
above it by several meters. Rocks crack under the pressure until they finally give way and billions of tons of gas and ash blast out at supersonic speed. An insane explosion of at least 1,000 cubic kilometers that impacts every corner of the globe. And yet, that is only a small portion of the magma reservoir. Super eruptions are like a boiling pot of water, popping its lid off and spitting a bit off the top. Afterwards, the ground collapses into the void left behind, forming a hole called a caldera. Under this caldera, pressure starts building again.
Yeah, and then they can erupt again.
Enough energy for another super eruption. But this could take hundreds of thousands of years.
Yeah, this is different.
It's estimated that one of the few volcanoes capable of super eruptions on Earth could cause a catastrophic eruption every 17,000 years on average. Yeah. That would make them far more frequent than comparable asteroid impacts.
Exactly.
The most recent super eruption is the Oronui eruption 26,500 years ago in New Zealand. With the force of dozens of billions of tons of TNT,
and it's not set to go off for another
a huge
1,000 years.
Of the landscape was scooped out and thrown into the atmosphere. It left behind a caldera spanning 20 kilometers, and it caused the entire southern hemisphere to undergo a period of abrupt cooling. Though among super eruptions, it's a mere firework. The Lake Toba eruption of 74,000 years ago was a much more significant turning point in history. It released a gargantuan 5,300 cubic kilometers of material, enough to blanket parts of South Asia in 15 centimeters of ash and trigger a rapid fall.
And that's the issue with volcanoes. They have ash. Ash literally clogs, like it fucks up your lungs because you're literally breathing in rock and burned up stuff.
Not recovered for 1,000 years. The largest volcanic events we know of were not really huge explosions, but floods of millions of cubic kilometers of lava. The grand finale were the Siberian traps around 250 million years ago, a continuous release of lava for
Actually, something that comes to mind are the Russian Yeah, climate connections. Let's see this. We're gonna see this.
It's really it.
Essentially, what ends up happening is that like, uh, in like Siberia and in places in Russia where it's just like it's supposed to be blanketed with snow. Essentially, um, global warming is melting away these caps, and underneath these snowy landscapes are a lot of like trapped gases, a lot of trapped materials, a lot of ancient like viruses and bacteria and stuff like that. But the latter is not so much important as it is the gases, as the gases could lead to like literally eruptions and explosions. And it's one of the contenders is to I forget, there's like a weird landscape that formed in Russia that was essentially land surveyors came by, they saw nothing. The next day they came by to the same area, they saw a huge fucking mountain or something that just came out of nowhere. And it's theorized that it was made through a methane explosion or it's aliens. And you all know my stance on that. It's not true. It's not aliens at all.
Degrees Celsius, which caused the Permian Triassic extinction, killing over 90% of all species. Earth's
But
surface
hopefully they
needed
get
9
into it.
million years to recover.
I think it was land
These
surveyors.
source
I don't remember the
eruptions don't
story
change the climate,
exactly.
They are the climate.
Mhm.
But thankfully, we haven't seen anything even remotely close to that scale in many millions of years.
Yeah.
So, should you be scared of super
No.
volcanoes? Definitely not. They've been used to frighten many people.
Yeah.
They are overhyped as an unavoidable apocalypse.
Exactly.
The most famous one, Yellowstone, will erupt again, but they will be relatively small eruptions.
Exactly.
Natural disasters for sure, but not enough to devastate the US or come close to ending humanity. The chance of a VEI-8 eruption in the next few hundred years is less than 2%.
And keep in mind,
And more
100
importantly,
years.
It wouldn't come as a sudden surprise.
Yeah, no, like literally we would know days in advance, like, and we would probably have something. So if every 100 years it increases by 2%, that means every 100 years it increases by zero. Excuse me, every year it increases by 0.0002. Yeah, literally, that's so far away from like
However, less
any
powerful
percentage.
but more frequent
That's
eruptions can
important.
also do serious damage to our civilizations and are in many ways a much greater concern.
Yeah.
So
Even the
we have to
smaller
watch for
ones, like the
slow
ones in
changes
Hawaii. I
magma
forget what the
reservoirs,
volcano's
like
called.
ground swelling and temperature increases to get an early warning that can save the
They can
lives
get rid of
people living
houses and
closest
living
to a
areas and
volcano.
spaces.
And there's time to develop solutions that can remove sulfur and ash from the stratosphere to eliminate the root cause of the climate disruption we've seen from previous eruptions.
I don't
Who
think
knows?
we
Maybe
would want to do
we'll
that.
be able to turn this force of destruction into an agent for good by exploiting the geothermal energy held in their giant magma reservoirs.
See, that's
We've done this work
good.
for so many other disasters, and we are already doing things we could only have dreamed about decades ago.
It's
like
raining so
sending a
hard.
probe to perform our first asteroid redirection test.
No, I think
With
it's
its
just the
determination, humanity really
ambience.
can solve anything.
Mhm.
So while deep below us an angry hell is churning and waiting for its moment, you can sleep well tonight.
Oh my god.
Learning how we can get ahead of catastrophes like climate
change.
Obsession.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see.
It was more of like a very deep concern.
Climate
And then I
activist,
started
Sarasota,
looking into it
Florida.
through online research, and it terrified me. Most of what
Uliana
terrified me was
Musheyev.
the carbon cycle feedbacks that we didn't have as much control over.
My name's Ben Abbott. I'm an ecosystem ecologist who studies the
Brigham
permafrost
Young
climate.
University.
Methane is a very potent
Yeah.
greenhouse gas. A molecule of methane is 25 times.
And actually, that's why it's a concern too, because it can lead to like global warming. Literally, look at that.
Methane
That
is
shit's
formed
just
in
underneath
billions
in
of
like
lakes
ice.
around the Arctic, where
Yeah.
permafrost is thawing.
The reason why we put things in the
Permafrost is
freezer
what I
to
meant.
keep them as
Oh my
they
God.
are. We don't want them to rot and change.
The soil contains the frozen remains of dead plants and animals that lived tens of thousands of years ago. And so when that ice melts and these lakes form, the soil thaws out and it becomes food for microbes that generate greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide and methane.
It's widely accepted that it's probably the largest terrestrial feedback to climate change.
Yeah.
All of the Earth systems on land, we think it has the largest potential to accelerate human emissions.
And the worst part is, it doesn't just have like catastrophic effects to like our environment. Like if these gases just just like get released, like sure it'll make global warming worse. The worst part is it actually leads to sinkholes also occurring in land. So like these gases need to be trapped underground. Otherwise, sinkholes can kind of like occur, and it just leads to hell in certain areas. Luckily, many of these areas are uninhabited, but I mean, we still don't want like weird protruding holes or like just land just kind of slumping over.
Amplify human emissions.
It's valuable, and not only that,
A lot of this
it makes it harder for it to freeze over again, right? If we were to somehow do global
be able to know
warming
what's
and stuff.
going on.
Citizen researcher Juliana Mashayev not only read widely in scientific literature, she brought questions directly to experts, like Ben Abbott.
She had read papers all the way to the end. Even we in the community sometimes barely get past the abstract, right? She had read to the end the new details about these.
He's right. A lot of people only read the abstract and the conclusion, and they check out. They're just like, done. I'm done. Oh, I can cite this. Oh, I don't need to cite this. It's really just, it's a lot. We write a lot in the scientific community for no fucking reason.
What was gonna happen?
I say we because I want to kind of get into that world, that whole sphere, but also because I know like that portion, like for example, in like robotics and stuff like that. Hold up, we can go to Google Scholar. Where is this? Fuck, I clicked on the right one. Okay, there we go. Stop! I'm clicking. Oh my god, I'm clicking on OBS thinking it's stop. There we go. I'm clicking on OBS on accident. Okay. Abstract. Fog. Edge computing. Fog/edge computing. What the fuck does that even mean? I know what edge computing is, but who says fog computing? Has been proposed to be integrated with Internet of Things to enable computing service devices deployed at network edge, aiming to improve the user's experience and resilience of the services in case of failures. Blah 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 blah. You just read this paragraph and you just get the pros and cons, or maybe just the pros of such a invention, right? But now, if we were to read the introduction, methods, motivations, whatever the fuck else they have in this article, we'd be here for days. I am not even kidding.
But as long as there was this huge level of uncertainty, I wouldn't be able to handle it.
Yeah.
We are standing at the threshold of unprecedented change since the last glacial maximum.
The permafrost system has never seen, at least in recent history, change of this magnitude this quickly.
So if we had 1.6 degrees warming 10,000 years ago, the models suggest that in the next 80 years, we could have 7 to 8 degrees warming in the Arctic. So that's much faster warming, and we're expecting the response of permafrost also to be much larger than what it was in the past.
Yeah.
I was deep into that stuff. I was watching YouTube videos, and I started even getting into like conspiracy minded like
yikes,
where I thought this was like being hidden from us. Like people were trying to hide the fact that these mechanisms existed, when really we're in store for much more catastrophe than like mainstream scientists are willing to let us know, because they don't want to cause public panic.
It's not just that. It's we have a lack of like, what the fuck do we do? Like, that's the issue. Is like, we undoubtedly know global warming is true. How do we tackle it? What solution can we take? Do we have enough people working on a team, on a collaboration, on a project that tackles global warming at a systematic level, at a higher level? No! Because if we did, everybody would be in the Paris Accord. And even then, that's such a babyish, that's just a childish solution. Putting all these countries together by 2030, everything's going to be fine. We're all going to be using electricity. Like, what? Like, this issue is to be tackled in the present, not left to the future. You know what I mean?
I can't say for
It
sure we're in the same
starts
position or
by
not.
doing a lot,
I
you
can
know what
say
I
for
mean?
sure that we're headed
Cutting
towards
out
a
like
really dangerous
bags,
place. There's a
using
chance
paper
that
bags,
some of these really
perhaps.
big
I don't know, or maybe just using reusable bags that you can just
take
use
the,
again and again and again, like tote bags, right?
So it was these YouTube videos
But
on
it only
this
begins
methane
there,
bindery, right?
and that really
there was
isn't a
this,
solution.
mechanism where these methane
You know,
hydrates will escape
you
from
can go
like
vegan,
permafrost or from
but that isn't a solution.
shallow, the ESAS ice shelf.
Of course, it
that
always helps when
creates
people
this runaway
swap to
global
like,
warming
like tote bags
effect.
or like
Now
a
I
different
know
form
that,
of like
all of these,
sustainability.
claims are overblown.
Right? It always helps,
the
but
methane
like
bomb claims
the issue
specifically.
is
Like obviously
in just
there's
one person changing
permafrost
over,
feedback, but
there's like
in terms of like
30, 40
research that
times
Carolyn
those people
did,
that are just continuing to use whatever's to their disposal, whatever they can do. I can't turn into a vegan the next day. That's just out of budget for me. There's so many issues there at hand.
Of gas hydrates may believe that once you start triggering warming of those and breakdown of those deposits, you can't stop.
Ooh. Oh my god, it's the government. They're on to me. I gotta hide. I'm just kidding, imagine. Actually, I don't know why it's laggy. Find out why. I don't fucking know.
Warming of those and breakdown of those deposits, you can't stop those and breakdown of those.
Oh my god, remember the fucking oh my god, that fucking aliens bot? I was reading like alien conspiracies or whatever on stream last time for the scary stream. That was, honest to god, I was actually like scared that like, not that somebody was after me or something like that. No. It was more like I was scared that like coincidentally the fucking post went down, like it was taken down by moderators. But like that scared me. But thinking back to now, to then, it's just so fucking funny. And I can't believe it's kind of happening again, except it's like my internet now. I'm like live, 6,000 kilobits per second, literally. And I cannot fucking watch this informative video. Because it's fucking broken. Or lagging. Like, we can move on to like a different video.
The word alone is enough to inspire terror in any seafood aficionado in the wake of the worst nuclear disaster in decades. Going on 8 years later, 50,000 households remain evacuated, and bans on fish and vegetables from around the disaster area have been in effect for years to protect the people from lingering radiation. Today, contaminated water from the plant is being stored to prevent it from spreading radiation into the environment. And an ingenious refrigeration system keeps the soil around the affected site frozen in an icy boundary meant to keep groundwater away. But how did this modern nuclear disaster start? And how did things get so bad? Let's take a look at the events of March 2011 minute by minute. Monday, March 7th, 2011. In a move that will prove to be eerily prophetic, the Tokyo Electric Power Company submits a report to Japan's Nuclear Safety Agency, highlighting the vulnerability of the plant to tsunami forces. The plant's seawall is nearly 6 meters high, and the report highlights an 1897 tsunami with 10.2 meter waves, which devastated the location the plant sits at today.
Oh yeah,
Officials
this is
take note and make plans to
the
review the
tsunami,
strengthening of
right?
the seawalls
That
at a
struck
future date.
struck
Friday,
fucking
March
Japan
11th,
today.
2:46 p.m. A 9.1 magnitude earthquake tears through the seafloor off the coast of Honolulu Island at
Yeah,
a depth of
holy
15
shit.
miles in the Earth's crust. At the Fukushima nuclear plant, emergency safety systems automatically kick on upon being struck by the first tremor, and reactors
Oh, there we go. I actually don't know what's going on. Actually, that's a lie. I do know what's going on. It's my computer. It's fucking up.
But we can avoid that if we phase down the fossil fuel use.
If we
1,
mitigate
2,
or
and
reduce
3.
human emissions, looks like you can avoid 70
Oh, there
to
we go.
80%.
Okay, well, we can watch this again. Where were we? We were
So
right here.
it's not a situation where we trigger breakdown and that breakdown is going to
Oh, there we go.
of those and break
Okay, let's finish watching this, then we'll move to
you
Fukushima
can't
again.
stop it. And in fact, the
It's working.
thermodynamics helps you a lot on this because of
Yeah.
the nature of the reaction. It's an endothermic heat
Mhm.
reaction. This is a problem when we try to produce methane from hydrates. It keeps shutting itself down, right?
Mhm.
So it's not a situation where we trigger breakdown and that breakdown is going to suddenly, like the whole deposit's going to release its methane all of a sudden. That is not a scientifically sound
Mhm.
worry.
I don't think we need to be afraid of any catastrophic methane release
Yeah.
from the Arctic anytime soon. Certainly not in our
Mhm.
lifetime.
Methane hydrates in tundra and on the continental shelves could be melted and, in effect, the methane released to the atmosphere.
Yeah.
But we can avoid that if we phase down the fossil fuel use.
If we mitigate or reduce human emissions, looks like you can.
Well, that's a lie, because this video is way too hopeful. It came out 4 years ago. Also, this video looks like it was recorded like 30 years ago. I'm not joking. The camera quality is too iffy. Please, oh my god, is the internet gonna load today? Are you gonna load today, man? Fucking okay. I wanna check what the fuck's going on. 7 fucking megabits. Yo, that's bonkers. What the fuck is taking up that much? 7 megabits. I mean, I am streaming at 6,000 kilobits. 7 is like, what? In the hell? Network 1%. Video decode, video encode. That makes sense. Whoa, excuse me. Google Chrome? Yeah, 6. Oh, okay, yeah. OBS, yeah, 6.2 megabits. Sense. Okay. Never mind. Alright, usage very high, moderate. I am lagging now. Hi, I'm lagging. Hello. If I need to be live tomorrow, I will be live tomorrow to spread my environmental message. The internet will not take me down. I'm just kidding. No, but seriously, I will be live tomorrow and fucking talk about the environment. Um, I mean, I am in a storm. Like, up. Let's see if it's raining. What's up? What's up? I know this stuff's probably showing up right now. Already? Fuck it. Here we go. I wish it could snow where I live. Yeah, some areas have snow. Where I live doesn't have snow. But it's enough gawking. Yeah, methane time bomb detonating slowly now.
Avoid 70 to 80% of the permafrost climate feedback. That means that the size of this ecosystem feedback to climate depends almost completely on what we do.
Yeah.
So it's not something you should be losing sleep over, but it's something that you should recognize, okay, we can avoid that, but in order to do it, we're going to have to move off of fossil fuels over the next few decades.
I understand that we can sometimes feel despondent and feel like...
Notice how his response doesn't involve us? I'm just kidding. What the fuck was that? It's like, oh, Santa Maria. No, no, like literally, his response does not involve us. It involves governments, corporations, and other big entities out there that use fossil fuels. Like, it in no way involves us, normal people. Like, sure, we use fossil fuels for like our cars still, but like, at some point, the government has to step in and also do their part, which they're not. And yeah,
nothing. It's out of our
this
hands.
conversation is probably gonna stay the same for the
But
next
not,
5,
as somebody who works
8 years. Then
over
it's
the
gonna
past 10 years,
switch over once you get the first Zoomer president. That's
I
right.
think that this is a call to action, not
We're getting Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. I'm just kidding. No, she's not the first Zoomer president. She's gonna be like a contender for like millennial president. But even then, you get to like leftist people be like, I hate her. Oh my god. I'm gonna be like, well, we have to like compromise because there's no. I mean, there's like 1 or 2 leftists in the fucking U.S. like seats, right? Or excuse me, Congress. There's not that many people there. But yeah, at the end of the day, change starts with us as a society for sure. But one individual person just moving on to like veganism isn't gonna fix the world. And all of us doing our part as well. The government at the same time also has to do their part, otherwise we're getting nowhere. Right? And now let's go back to Fukushima.
They are automatically shut down. Reactors 4, 5, and 6
sad
are
because these
currently
landscapes are all
undergoing
being
maintenance and
affected
not
by global
operational.
warming.
2:47 p.m.
This is
tremor
more an
severe
earthquake that
enough
just
to have
happened.
cut off the power plant from the national electricity grid. On-site backup diesel generators start up. Their job is to continue circulating cooling water into the nuclear reactors, which, while shut down, are still incredibly hot and will take a long time to cool. Without this cooling water circulating around the reactor core, the core will overheat just like Chernobyl, causing a massive steam explosion. 2:52 p.m. Reactor 1's emergency cooling system, a safety relief valve, automatically opens in response to rising pressure from inside the reactor vessel. The valve is designed to vent dangerous buildups of steam in order to prevent an explosion. For the next hour, the valve will open and close automatically as it regulates the buildup of pressure inside the reactor. This one safety system is likely responsible for averting a catastrophic explosion. 3:27 p.m. The first tsunami strikes the 19-foot-high seawall, but the wall holds and protects the plant from major flooding.
Yeah.
3:30 p.m. Steam continues building to dangerous levels inside reactor number 1. The safety relief valve prevents an explosion, but the temperature of the steam is steadily climbing as the emergency condenser system meant to cool the steam fails. Workers are extremely concerned, but as long as the safety relief valve remains operational, the reactor vessel should not explode. Many believe that the worst is over,
Also,
and that the
why
first
did he do
tsunami
that?
was the only
Aren't
one
the
they would have
majority
to
of
deal
people
with.
in like Japan like
3:38 p.m.
Buddhist?
One of the backup diesel generators stops
That's
running.
so
The rest
fucked.
continue running. But because all but one of the generators are located underground, there's concern of serious flooding from additional tsunami waves. 3:46 p.m. A 46-foot tsunami crashes into the seawall and overtops it, flooding the entire Fukushima facility.
Yeah,
the diesel
that's-
generators are
Jesus.
all flooded and shut down, and their fuel tanks are washed away by roaring waves.
Yeah.
Now all power has been lost in the facility, and all but the mechanical safety systems meant to operate without power are offline. Temperatures begin to rise inside the reactors, and only the remaining safety systems are keeping any check on the
Yeah.
temperature rise, though they alone will not be enough to prevent a major disaster. 4 p.m. The Nuclear and Industrial Safety Agency of Japan begins post-disaster emergency procedures and convenes an emergency headquarters. Personnel contact all nuclear power plants
Oh
in
my
Japan
God,
in an attempt to
I made the
ascertain their
video.
condition.
This is why. See, in their case, they were like, that's never gonna happen, right? I mean, chances are, if there was a different sort of committee or a different set of people that were in on it and just like, talking and discussing, oh, should we fortify this wall? Chances are they would have also never thought this was gonna happen, because think about it, this happened because of a fucking 9.0 earthquake. That's like, there's not that many earthquakes in history that just happen to happen like that, right? And the worst part is, Japan is unfortunately one of those countries that has a major history with earthquakes and tsunamis just fucking hitting and ravaging the island. It's so sad. Like, literally, there's a lot of like ancient like Japanese legends about tsunamis, and which is why like literally, hold up, let me switch it up. I forget what it smells like arroz con leche. It smells so sweet and good. Beans, there's these stones, right? Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Are you fucking kidding me? Something's mining Bitcoin at the back of my fucking computer for sure. 28%. Memory's 17.9 out of 31.9. SSD is at 0. I guess that's good. I don't know. I think it's just my crappy internet. I'm seeing it now. I think it's just like the rain. I really want to. Oh, it sucks. Throughput is 11 megabits per second. Ooh, that's a lot. But we're sending 6.5 and receiving 7.0. Makes sense. Like another graph view. I think it's network. Apple mobile device service. How many fucking bits? 6,151. How the fuck do I turn that shit off? See, I can't even scroll down on Chrome, dude. Oh, there we go. See, because I'd be able to do that. Hold up. If I just stop. Okay, if I just can. Oh, it's falling. If I disconnect. Okay. There was something called Apple mobile device service that was using up literally like four fucking what I need to see that number again. Hold up. Yeah, it was literally using up 4 million fucking bytes. Holy shit. Or is it bits? It's bytes. Megabytes. Because you don't say megabits, you say megabytes. I'm not 5 million is 9 bytes? Cool. But yeah, it was using so much. The next process that's using so much is Google. Essentially Chrome, right? And so is OBS. This fucking strange part is I don't have fucking Droid Cam like on. Or like what's its name? Fucking iTunes. I don't have iTunes. Like it should not be utilizing that much shit. Let me see my other tab. Is it fucking downloading? Dude, it's so slow. Wait, what? Am I even live? I'm receiving 120 kilobits per second. I don't think that's good. I mean, I'm sending a shit ton, but I'm receiving very little. Because receive is the download, the sending is the upload. I think it's just the rain. Honestly. Hold up. I am not connecting my phone until I find out what the fuck Apple device service is. Apple mobile device. Actually, perfect chance to use my phone here. And it's on the network too, which is insane. Yeah, everybody's complaining that it fucks up their computer. Oh my god. Yeah, Chrome 817 receive. Yeah. Okay, this is what I'll do. Essentially, I think it's best for me to stream. And just finish off this video. And we'll finish off
news
everything
from
tomorrow.
Fukushima is grim, but so far the exterior plant sensors have not detected any
so
release
late?
of radioactivity into the surrounding environment.
I don't know,
6
maybe I'll
p.m.
continue, I don't know.
Inside Reactor 1, water levels have fallen so low that the top of the nuclear fuel rods are now exposed to dry air inside the reactor vessel.
Jeez,
Without
yeah, that's
water
not
to
good.
radiate their heat
Yeah.
onto, the temperature inside the reactor immediately begins climbing again. 6:18 p.m. Workers restore power to Reactor 1's emergency cooling system, and water once more begins circulating.
But
Workers,
that's not
however,
good.
are unaware of the massive boil-off of water
Yeah.
inside the reactor. 7:02 p.m.
When that
Prime
happens, you're
Minister Naoto
screwed.
Khan declares a nuclear emergency. The declaration is
Uh-huh.
followed by announcements that no radiation leaks have been detected, and it's merely a cautionary measure. 7:30 p.m. Fuel rods
That's
inside
good.
Reactor 1 are now fully exposed to air as
Uh-huh.
water levels continue to drop. The incredible buildup of heat causes the rods to begin melting and cooling at
Yeah.
the bottom of the reactor vessel as a molten slag heap of highly radioactive metal. 9 p.m. Workers fear that the dropping water levels inside Reactor 1 are inevitably going to lead to a Chernobyl-like steam explosion. The government issues an emergency evacuation order to all residents within 2 miles of the plant. Residents within 6.2 miles are
That is
told
not
they can
2
remain in
miles.
their
That is
homes,
like
but they should be
18,000
prepared to evacuate
kilometers.
nonetheless. Inside Reactor number 1, the pressure is
That
at
is not
twice
2
normal
miles.
levels and climbing. Older power plant workers offered to take the place of the younger men on duty at the plant, knowing that disaster may be inevitable and preferring to place themselves at risk to radiation poisoning over the younger workers. Saturday, March 12th, 2:44 a.m. Emergency battery power for the high-pressure core flutter system, the main emergency cooling method for reactor number 3, runs out. Water begins boiling off inside the reactor vessel. 4:15 a.m. Inside reactor 3, the dropping water levels expose the fuel rods and temperature immediately skyrockets. 5:30 a.m. The situation inside reactor 1 is critical. Extremely
It
high
literally
pressure
goes
threatens
off,
to
yeah.
explode the containment vessel at any moment. Officials have been arguing all night over a proposed and extremely risky maneuver which could cause a large explosion. And yet, if not attempted, the vessel is guaranteed to explode. At last, it's agreed to vent steam from directly inside the reactor, and the workers hold their breath as large volumes of steam is allowed to vent into the air above the plant. Not only is the steam slightly radioactive, but there is a large possibility of hydrogen having been formed inside the containment
Yeah,
vessel
so you
due
breathe
to
that
the
shit
high
in and you
pressure
die.
temperatures, and it's feared that that could ignite after combining with
Yeah.
oxygen. The venting is successful, and there's no explosion. 5:50 a.m. More emergency power is restored, allowing plant workers to pump fresh water into Reactor 1 in an attempt to cool the fuel rods. 6:50 a.m. Although workers do not realize that the entire core of reactor number 1 has completely melted and fallen to the bottom of the pressure vessel. With temperatures reaching over 2,190 degrees, the zirconium in the fuel rods splits the hydrogen from the water vapor in the steam inside the vessels. This causes a buildup of dangerous hydrogen gas. 10:58 a.m.
Then it
Pressure
ignites.
inside reactor number 2 reaches critical levels, and once more workers gamble by venting off some of the radioactive steam to avoid an explosion. 3:30 p.m. Residents within 6 miles are now being evacuated. All
Yeah.
fear a Chernobyl-style explosion at the power plant. 3:36 p.m. Hydrogen gas buildup inside the containment vessel of reactor number 1 reaches critical levels, and there's a massive explosion, cracking open the containment vessel but leaving the reactor core intact. 4 workers are injured, and the concrete building that surrounds the reactor vessel collapses. 7 p.m. Workers begin pumping seawater directly into reactor number 1 in an attempt to keep the core cool. 7:25 p.m. In a bid to limit how much
I don't know how
water
that's
becomes
gonna work.
contaminated, Tokyo Electric Power Company orders that the seawater injection be halted. Plant boss Masao Yoshida orders his workers to continue pumping in seawater, though. Ignoring TEPCO, he fears a meltdown more than the release of contaminated water. 9:40 p.m. The evacuation zone is extended
And see,
to
that's
12.4
compromise.
miles.
That's
Sunday,
not good
March
at all.
2:42 a.m. The high-pressure coolant injection system inside reactor number 3 fails, and water levels immediately begin falling as the water is boiled off by the intense heat of the fuel rods. 5:10 a.m. Fukushima Unit 1 is declared an International Nuclear and Radiological Event Scale Level 4 event, signifying an accident with local consequences. 7 a.m. Water levels inside reactor number 3 have dropped so low that the top of the fuel rods are now exposed. 9 a.m. Reactor number 3's fuel rods begin to melt, causing a buildup in hydrogen gas. 1 p.m. Workers believe that reactor number 3 has suffered a partial meltdown, and reactors 1 and 3 are once more vented in order to relieve the growing pressure. The reactor containment vessels are refilled with water and boric acid, which absorbs neutrons and helps prevent more nuclear reactions from the fuel inside the reactors. Reactor number 2 has low water levels and high pressure, but is believed to be stable. Monday, March 14th, 11:01 a.m. Hydrogen gas buildup inside the containment vessel at reactor number 3 leads to an explosion, collapsing the building housing and container and injuring 6 workers. TEPCO announces no release of radioactive material, but the blast damages the water supply, helping keep Unit 2 cool. 1:15 p.m. Reactor number 2's cooling systems fail, and water levels immediately begin falling. 3 p.m. A large chunk of molten fuel inside reactor number 3 drops to the bottom of the pressure vessel and pools there. 6 p.m. Water levels inside reactor number 2 now reach the top of the fuel rods, and the temperature climbs as the exposed rods overheat. 8 p.m. Reactor number 2 now also enters a meltdown state, as its fuel rods begin to melt from the extreme heat. But the hydrogen gas
the fucking
once more
animation
builds
is
up
not
as the
helping.
zirconium strips hydrogen away from the water vapor. Tuesday, March 15th, 11 a.m. A second explosion due to hydrogen gas buildup rocks reactor number 3, which damages the cooling systems of reactor number 2. 8 p.m. Reactor number 2 is now in worse condition than the other 2 reactors and is in a full-blown meltdown as most of the nuclear fuel drops to the bottom of the reactor pressure vessel. An explosion causes damage to Unit 2's containment system, and radiation levels rise significantly but quickly fall once more. Workers would go on to bravely battle the rising temperatures inside the stricken reactors and fuel rod storage pools. Ultimately, the Fukushima disaster would lead to a permanent quarantine zone around the stricken power plant, which lasts to this day, and to massive protests across the country over nuclear power. Yet, the plant used reactors that were over 40 years old and lacked many of the safety features of modern reactors. Additionally, in the years since the disaster,
talking point again. But just because equipment is old doesn't mean it's bad. That's my argument. If it works, it works. But like, I think the issue here was just the management. You know what I mean? We shouldn't be blaming if equipment's old. If equipment's old, that's only more reason to actually upgrade and update to specifications. AKA, they should have fucking adhered to like the bigger wall, or at least moving the plant somewhere else or something. You know? There's a lot you have to take into consideration.
Workers have come forward to state that much of the plant suffered from poor maintenance, and that many of the safety cooling systems had not been tested since the reactors were first installed 40 years ago. Do you love strange, unexpected stories that defy belief but are completely true? Then you'll love the new show I Am. Be one of the first to subscribe now and tell us who you want to see brought to life in I Am.
I Am Plague Doctor? Imagine.
Had not been tested since the reactors were first installed 40 years ago. Do you love strange, unexpected stories? First to subscribe now.
I Am Black Death, the Plague Doctor. Yeah, this one. Dark Side of Antarctica. Okay. How long have I been live for? 3 hours? 2 hours. We'll do 3 hours and we'll watch the rest tomorrow.
A flash of blinding light fills the sky. 70,000 civilians living in Hiroshima are
Actually, this one is probably not worth it. But like, you know, essentially we ended up fucking up a lot of like the area. Although I think Japan was able to rebuild back in those cities. But either ways, the amount of nuclear radiation and contamination is fucking horrible, right? What we did to the Japanese, but it was a way to show strength at the end of the day and actually put a stop to World War Two, right? Unfortunately, of course, it could have been worked out, through like more war, but like this is just one way to like I guess end it as fast as possible. Though I'm pretty sure there was one other method that would have like worked equally as fast that did not involve like nuclear war, or maybe like a little slower, but would have been worth it in the long, I'm gonna say, in the largo plazo. How do I say that? In the longer run of things, I think. That's what you said. But like either ways, like you know, the events happened, right? And yeah, it's unfortunate.
Is brought to you by Babbel.
It's just like I don't want to hear about like Fukushima and all that. It's sad. It's fucking sad what we did, but at the same time, it's like you know, it kind of just needed to happen. I mean, it was just the only solution America had and anticipated in using.
To put it simply,
But I don't
there are very few things in life
sympathize
that are guaranteed.
with either side.
The first is death, the next are taxes, and the third is if you mispronounce a word in a YouTube video, people will leave comments
Epitome?
until the end of time.
Epitome?
But that's okay, because if there's something I've learned from being someone who mispronounces things on the internet, it's that language is one of those things that you truly never stop learning.
Yeah.
So why not learn a second
Dumb
one?
phone.
With Babbel's curriculum, they can get you speaking a new language within as little as 3
Yeah.
weeks. And 15 hours in their app has been shown
Oh, I should use a sick word called triste. It means triste, and it means sad.
The average person spends around 3 hours on their phone every single day.
No, I
there's really
don't.
no reason to think
Shut
that
up.
learning a
I
new
don't
language
take
is out of
4 hours
control
on my
anymore.
phone.
And you see, the key to learning a new language is speaking a new language, which is why Babbel caters their lessons to real-life conversation, and why they get you speaking from the very beginning.
Okay.
And when it comes to learning anything,
I like Duolingo
úsalo
better.
o piérdelo. Si quieres aprender algo, debes practicar. Y con el año nuevo es un tiempo perfecto para aprender un idioma nuevo. So
Es
rather
un
than
tiempo
take on
perfecto.
anything
Es
too
tiempo
long to
perfecto.
learn a language, you can instead get a link in the description of this
Here,
video
I'll show
to
you what I
receive
mean.
60% off your
I'm just kidding. Yeah, you can eat it. Could also use Ed. I'm just kidding.
your Babbel subscription. Courtesy of Babbel to viewers of this channel, risk-free. Because with Babbel, they offer a 20-day guarantee because they know their curriculum will put you on the right track. So gracias otra vez to Babbel for making this video possible.
Gracias? Gracias? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. It's just like, it seems a lot of people do really say gracias. Like, gracias. Like, grassy as in grass, and then ass. Oh my god.
No matter where you live, some crime is going to be an inevitability. And while crime overall is rarer in places like Antarctica, it's definitely not an exception to this rule.
Yeah.
In this isolated and cold environment, there's little use for money, so it's very uncommon for there to be any sort of theft or robbery. On the other hand, however, isolation in such a remote place is known to have some highly negative psychological.
Now we're moving, I guess, more from the environmental messages, more to what the environment can cost to oneself, right? Or to a community in terms of how remote it can be, right? Antarctica is not the only place. Actually, there's a high suicide rate in a city in Greenland. And it's oftentimes brought um I want to say through fruition, but I feel like that's a gross misuse of words that I'm using right there. Um, it's brought to existence mainly because of how few people there are and how close knit they are. So when one loved one goes, typically the persons that hurt want to go with that loved one, right? I feel like that's what encapsulates it, and also like the environment is prone to basically promoting depression and other sort of like mental disorders and illnesses, all right, onto the people that live there. Of course, I'm no expert. You all should do your research on that. But I mean, I don't want to just that up on stream because it's sensitive. But I'm sure it's a thing. So what
often
is
leading to
this?
individuals committing an act
What
that
the
they would
fuck? Why is there a
otherwise
jump
never
right
do.
there? Are you loud?
According to psychologist Peter Sudfeld of the University of British Columbia, living at a research station in Antarctica can be incredibly stressful.
Yeah. Some people train
If
to
you're
live
stuck
there.
there with somebody you really can't stand, too bad. You're stuck with them.
Yeah.
And if you're missing somebody who's far away, too bad. You're stuck without them. Some people thrive by developing a sense of solidarity and teamwork.
Yeah.
Others may become depressed and change their behavior. To quote an article from Canadian Geographic, Antarctic stations can be a dull place to live. They're designed to minimize construction costs.
Actually, before we get into one, yeah. So like, there's a lot of like, it's a well-known fact I think that people in Antarctica, when somebody from America moves to Antarctica or somebody from some other place moves to Antarctica, they begin to develop a common accent. So essentially, what ends up happening is like you'll have somebody go in there and they'll be like, "Hi y'all," and then you'll have somebody go in there and be like, I can't make a British accent. I'll be fucking honest. It'd be like, oh yes, is that how you say that? Right? You'd have somebody like that, right? Speaking like that, and their accents will like fucking intermingle and become one common accent where they're just speaking like, hi, yeah. I don't know, something like that.
Rather than keep people amused,
they'll be like, hi, yeah. I love speaking my southern accent.
difficult,
That's
dangerous,
some weird
impossible.
flavor like that. They mix and like kind of like
in one notable example
equalize each other.
A fight broke out at the Vostok Research Center between two individuals.
You know how close that is to Antarctica. Antarctica is at Australia.
The other with an ice axe. And as is commonplace with these incidents in Antarctica, the details are murky.
Yeah.
Some sources say the attack was fatal, while others say it was not. After a KGB investigation, chess was subsequently banned in all Russian stations on the continent.
Chess is what like pushed this guy over the edge. This comes from a named NASA psychologist. Cites the incident in official documentation to the effects of isolation.
It seems that this remote environment is known for testing an individual's morality.
Actually, we've already watched the video, right? Fuck, what channel was it? Oh, we should watch it again. I watch it every year. Fear of cold. I think it's this one.
The scariest story I've ever read was written over 100 years ago
This one's
by
good.
Jack London. It's called To Build a Fire. This story has very few hallmarks of your typical horror writing. There's only one human character, and he is
I'd
generally
recommend you all
very
watch this
sane.
video. This video is too
There
good.
are no spirits of the dead.
Well, watch
no
Fear of
nightmares
Depths.
or hauntings. No guilt that ticks away like a time bomb. And yet, while reading To Build a Fire, I feel paralyzed in a way I haven't felt with any other written work. It is all of 16 pages long. It is about a man freezing to death. He doesn't start freezing, though. He starts confident and decently prepared, hiking alone through the Yukon back.
Then he
to
uses up
Washington.
all his
The
resources.
narration even describes him as quick and ready in the things of life. But as becomes immediately apparent, it only flatters him to highlight his naivete. Should he be traveling with only a dog as a companion? No, he should not. Could he have worn more protective gear? Sure.
Yeah.
But his real arrogance, the narration says, is that he was not able to imagine. 50 degrees below zero meant 80 degrees of frost. Such facts told him that it was cold and uncomfortable, and that was all.
Yeah.
It did not lead him to consider his weaknesses as a creature affected by temperature, nor did he think about man's general weakness, able to live only within narrow limits of heat and cold. Most of us, in our day-to-day lives, live within this narrow spectrum of heat and cold, and do so relatively thoughtlessly. Although we may not enjoy being cold, although we may build our houses and societies to avoid it, true phregophobia or cryophobia, fear of the cold, isn't a common one. Maybe it's because the cold feels predictable, kept in check by a calendar. Maybe it's because we can always bundle up, just keep putting on layers. Maybe it's because, unlike spiders, or the dark, or an unexpected noise at night, few of us have really experienced the cold. Few of us have seen how ruthlessly it will break body and mind and spirit. The cold magnifies our flaws, reveals
So good. This is such a good video.
It does not forgive mistakes.
It is a force of nature. That's all it is. And yeah, the real reason why I was bringing this up.
London writes that the fire being snuffed out was like hearing his own judgment of death.
Essentially, this person lives in a cabin. I forget if they're research or whatever.
The heat from the domino, probably, is the man plunging his leg into an icy pool just below a frozen riverbed. He had been carefully walking along this creek. He had looked.
Yeah, here we go.
Of real-life survival in the Antarctic is Admiral Richard Byrd,
There we go.
American explorer in the early 20th century. Byrd and his expeditions were responsible for several Antarctic experiments and achievements and meteorological readings, etc. Byrd was notably one of the first two people to fly over the South Pole in a plane. His rounds of funding for exploration laid the groundwork for much of the research still being done today.
Exactly.
But that's not the reason why people know who Richard Byrd is. He's famous because for 5 months
He lived there essentially.
winter, he lived alone in a
And it
shack.
fucked up his mind. And literally, he was being poisoned also by the gas produced by his little shack. At some point.
While everything for 100 miles tried to murder him. Byrd's stated purpose for spending the winter so far south was to gather scientific data, and the reason he claimed to go alone was because there wouldn't be room for 3, and 2 might just annoy each other.
Yeah.
Seriously. But in Alone, his memoir of the expedition, the streak of pride that runs through the whole thing is undeniable. Byrd is a man who understands the value of big capital letter accomplishments. He'd probably be frustrated that I had to qualify that he was one of 2 people to fly over the South Pole. And so, for reasons explicit and unstated, purposes scientific and aspirational, Byrd and his team essentially buried a shack in the ice, carved a couple channels for food and other supplies, and then his team left, and Byrd remained.
Yeah.
The first part of Bird's stay in the cold goes shockingly well. He takes his weather measurements every day, he creates little projects for himself, organizing the food and emergency supplies. He goes on walks, he reads. It's never easy. He's always living in a fundamentally inhospitable environment. But things go about as well as he hoped they would.
Yeah.
However, he knows this accord with the elements is a tenuous one. In his memoir, he writes, "Relax once in the polar regions, and the artificial wall of security which you have so painstakingly erected about yourself may give way without warning." I don't think Bird would ever say he relaxed, and yet his artificial walls did indeed begin to crumble. Perhaps the single most dramatic instance was during what was supposed to be a routine wind speed reading. He opens the door to his shack and steps into a blizzard, a solid wall of snow, white death. He writes that millions of tiny pellets exploded in my eyes, stinging like BB shot. He writes that in the senseless explosion of sound, you are reduced to a crawling thing on the margin of a disintegrating world. Nothing will so quickly isolate a man.
And that is so powerful. So, Antarctica is such a fucking wasteland to live in, which is why it's referred to as a desert, right?
A Norwegian immigrant who was the leader of a private American winter expedition to Stonington Island.
And why things like this can occur still.
1940s, according to the group's doctor. Dr. Don McLean, frustrated with Ron's authoritarianism and iron discipline, barely restrained himself from pushing Ron off a cliff when the two of them inspected birds' nests on a nearby island. He was quoted as saying, "I never came so close to killing anybody in my life."
What the
during the
fuck?
1950s, a resident of Australia's Mawson Base in Antarctica had become so deranged and violent, he essentially had to spend the winter locked inside that facility's storage room. With little to keep the mind entertained, problems such as alcoholism are commonplace on the continent,
God.
occasionally leading to violence in other situations that would have normally been averted sober. Within a health and safety audit of the Arctic program in 2015, it was estimated that 60 to 75% of all disciplinary action within the stations was related to alcohol misuse.
Oh my god, the
where NSF
HR,
officials
human
acknowledged that the
resources is in Antarctica? You're fucking kidding me. And it's a fucking manager, of course.
But this isn't just limited to
NSF
American research stations either. In 2009,
I know a lot
video
about the
surfaced online
NSF.
from the Saint John Station.
The NSF is the National Science Foundation. The National Science Foundation funds every little facet of those researchers down there, or should be funding rather. And this is why they need to be kept in check, because if they're not doing their jobs, well, why the fuck are we giving them funding, right? So yeah, fuck. NSF officials acknowledge that alcohol consumption in the USAP can create unpredictable behavior that has led to fights.
Either.
Jesus.
In 2009, video surfaced online from the Saint John.
Essentially, in the world of science, you need to have a way of getting money for what you're doing. 10 times out of 10, it's you work for a big lab, which is owned by a big company, or you work for a lab that has a bunch of funding and is backed by the National Science Foundation, which is part of the U.S. government. I'm not sure if I can show this on stream. Yeah, it's a government organization. I'm like, fuck, am I logged in? I'm just kidding. I'm not logged in, but like, one day I'll have an account, probably, is what I'm saying. And that day, when that happens, I want none of you motherfuckers knowing my username. Free grad school funding, yeah, literally. NSF appoints Charles Chuck Barber as CDIO. Scientists discover a mechanism plants used to control mouse. MagLab makes magic with magnets. Curious about quantum? Yeah, literally. Yeah, the NSF Foundation is critical to understanding a lot of this too. If you want to read up on how scientists get funding, you should search up the NSF stuff. Of course, there's other like external donors and
The
stuff.
station worker attacking a chef until the colleague steps in to break it up. This employee was obviously fired. But perhaps the most
and it's a
infamous
grant
example
typically.
of a drunken rage at a
I don't think
Arctic
it ever
station
comes in the
came
form of
from
loans.
2018, when an intoxicated 54-year-old electrical engineer named Sergei Savitsky stabbed 52-year-old welder Oleg Belaguzov after an emotional breakdown.
Dude, that's
The
sad.
cause of this outburst? Oleg
Oh my god, and it was over an emotional. Dude, that's so sad. What the fuck? Oh, I can only imagine what both of those people were going over. Because the guy breaking down is like, breaking down, and then the guy that got killed was just maybe around the area, maybe seeing. He must have been scared or something.
Been allegedly spoiling the ends of books Sergei had been checking out from the station's library.
Oh.
As a result, Oleg would be sent to a hospital in Chile where he would go on to recover from the attack. Surprisingly,
he wasn't
Oleg
killed.
would forgive his attacker legally.
Yeah, so he went to
Within
Chile to get
literature,
hospital
the link
treatment.
between isolation and cognitive
Crazy.
decline
Yeah.
is more than just speculation.
It's high.
Isolation
It's
often
literally
precedes
correlated.
cognitive decline for individuals who are elderly and alone. And in
Yeah.
a variety of other studies, it has been shown that there are physiological changes to the brain structure. Within one study that followed a crew of 9 stationed in the Antarctic, they found that within 14 months...
Honest to God, this is why I picked up streaming, because I am not a sociable person, but at least on the internet, I can kind of get to explain myself. And, those logical fallacies obviously are displayed on there, my fucking privileges, whatever, right? But, at the end of the day, whenever this goes on YouTube, I, at the very least, get to practice speaking and stuff like that. And not only that, it's a good method of tracking how well I'm either, what's the opposite of declining? See, I'm forgetting the word. I was gonna say inclining. I guess developing as an adult, but also if I'm declining at all. You know what I mean? My fear when I actually got out of high school was that I was gonna decline, and I kind of did. At least educationally, my GPA not so good, but I don't really care about that at the end of the day, because working yourself throughout high school and pushing social events just to have a high GPA and not even be the number 1 person, be the number 2 person, or even the number 3 or 4. I was number 2, but even the 5th person, not too healthy. You know what I mean? Not too healthy at all. Though I can't say the same because I came from a smaller high school. The 5th person, 4th person was probably healthy. 3rd person, 2nd person, 1st person, probably not so much.
An average volume loss of 7.2% was noted within the hippocampus of each of the crew.
Holy shit.
For reference,
sizable.
The hippocampus is associated with spatial memory, learning, and general long-term memory. Individuals who have damage or atrophy to the hippocampus often display mood dysfunction. They have difficulty storing memories. They may get lost in familiar areas. And additionally, they may have problems following directions. And they are noted to also have issues with key decision-making.
Is that like a door?
Generally speaking, you'd only expect to see changes this drastic in individuals suffering from something like Alzheimer's or PTSD.
Yeah,
which
no,
makes
and
these
they're
results rather
not.
shocking, as it highlights the required mental fortitude to endure assignments in the
Yeah,
Antarctic.
literally.
And for some, the circumstances are just simply too much. The original Almirante Brown station on the Kotri Peninsula was burned down.
Oh no, I'm just thinking Rubent 367 has been stationed in Antarctica. When he'll next be able to stream, who fucking knows? And then you just see me fucking come out of there the next year once I'm done with my research or whatever I'm doing in Antarctica. It's just like you guys just see me like you guys see me fucking rambling like an old person. Oh my god, you all would know I'm fucking done. My life is over.
Down in 1984 by
No,
the
but
station's doctor.
honestly, there's a weird mysticism about living in Antarctica that's kind of appealing, but at the same time, it's like maybe it's not for me. It's like the same thing that like is just in the back of my mind whenever it comes to Alaska. Like, oh my, it must be beautiful to live in Alaska, but oh my, there's not that many people in Alaska, and man, must it be tough to live in Alaska. You know what I mean? It's a similar feeling I get from like Antarctica. Uh, I mean, if I've never seen snow in my life, I don't think I'd manage Antarctica anywhere near how I would manage if I just moved up north to like California, where it maybe snows one extra day in the year. Um. So yeah. Literally. Um. Holy shit! Like he said, you just need to be fucking mentally strong, and that's why select candidates are essentially selected. I think, right?
After he was ordered to
Or
stay
I would assume.
While details are sparse, this protest was apparently not well thought out, and it seemed to put the entire group in harm's way.
Oh, fuck
Had it
off.
not been for the aptly named ship, Hero, and its crew rescuing the group, their act of rebellion would have likely been their last.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, I
When
feel
it comes
cold.
to pressing charges for a crime in Antarctica, generally speaking, it's the job of the home country to investigate their own.
Yeah.
This was signed into law alongside the Antarctic
No, it literally makes sense too. Because, for example, if we're closer to Chile, typically Chile has, I think we can look at a map of Antarctica. Okay. I mean, this is I want to say pretty in general. I'm not sure. Is this better, the one with the fucking racist flags? Spain. That's, see, I like this one. It's more inclusive. I don't know. This is too ancient, and above that, it's like Eurocentric. People in Argentina are like, I'm European. I'm like, okay. Let's not include them with the Eurocentric stuff. It's a joke. No, but seriously, they need to get like that, and it's fucked. CHL is Chile? No. South, yeah, right. It's Chile. Is it like not like a concrete fucking map? And what's crazy too is like Argentina does. I mean, between Argentina and Chile, they both. I mean, if they really wanted to expand to Antarctica, I feel like they would like almost have like legitimate like claims, because they're literally like, look at Chile and look at Argentina. They're like literally like, I think that's like 200,000 kilometers. We can search this up. Hold up. Oh fuck! I overestimated that. 6,000. Like they're just like right there in contrast to like Australia, right? But like, yeah, like they can like, I don't know, if in another time, another world, they could legitimately be owners of like Antarctica. Just like maybe not have that many people living there. Fuck, like there is no fucking. There was a really good map that divided Antarctica between like a bunch of different fucking countries, and I do not see that map. Yeah, I guess this is better. It's small. Okay, let's go with the last one then. Where was it? Right here? Oh. No, that was a bad one. Here. Big eyes. So yeah, there's like Korea. There's a bunch like UK bases. And they're all like on the outskirts too. They're not like, I mean, they're like in the outskirts. It's like there was a whole fucking like stupid fucking bullshit. I think between, I don't think it was Mexico and the UK. I think it was like Argentina and the UK, right? What was it? The Falklands, yeah. That was so bullshit of the fucking UK to do. Like, what the hell? I think that's why they got like research stations there, right? Over here, closer to like South America. But yeah, there's a bunch of like Argentina. The US, it makes sense why they would want, because like they need their groups everywhere, right? And it makes sense. But holy shit, am I crazy? Okay, let's do this. This one's just like in the middle, right? It's not in the little location point, right? Or is it just like this one going right here? Either ways, it's like still near the middle. It's pretty isolated in my opinion. Cause these ones on the outskirts, they're like, I feel like it'd be easier to get to like, actual like people and crew that just happen to hover around, just fishing and whatever. But yeah, like seriously, you do have to have a strong fucking mind. Only China, I think, is like a contender, right, to like the U.S. bases. And even then, like, say like something goes wrong in this base, fucking, there's nothing near them for fucking miles. There's nobody that can just like help out, right? Italy has bases. Is that Milo Zucchelli? Fucking, of course, France. Yeah, Russia makes sense because of the USSR, right? But yeah, Aboa. I think Bird Station is like where Bird was, right? But yeah, pretty interesting stuff, right? Where were we? Yeah, you was explaining this stuff, right?
But
yeah, it makes sense why certain countries would like have jurisdiction in certain. What I mean is like countries in like, for example, the American stations, the country of America would obviously have to like take jurisdiction over the crime there, right? Same thing with China, because no way they're gonna be like, oh, I don't know, the U.S. has to prosecute crime that citizens in China committed in Antarctica, because Antarctica isn't necessarily owned by anybody. It's more like a collaboration between different countries. Well, not so much being that, right? It's more not politicized. It's the word I'm looking for.
Generally speaking, though, it's rare that law enforcement gets involved or any major investigation occurs.
It's a gray space, I think, is what I'm looking for.
In one rare circumstance in 1996, a fight broke out at the McMurdo station between two individuals, resulting in one worker attacking the other with a hammer. This incident marked the first time that the FBI had to get involved in a case involving the Antarctic. Despite this fact, however, Like usual, very few details about the case were ever divulged.
Yeah,
which, if
because
you
they want to
haven't
keep
noticed by
that
now, seems to
fucking
be a very
hidden.
common theme.
Yeah. There's a long, little known history of crimes committed in Antarctica. Caroline Haskins, Vice, 2018. I mean, for the U.S. to continue funding and continue research in Antarctica, it makes sense. I don't know if I'm for it, but like, it's peculiar. But like, at the same time, you gotta be like, what the fuck are they researching there, anyways? Actually, that's a good thing. What do that's a fucking assembly thing. What do oh my god, that I don't know why. AdCon 1 just reminds me of DEFCON 1. I don't know why, even though that's like AdCon 1 is just for the PIC architecture microcontroller thing, but that's unrelated to what I'm talking about. You all just heard that as a bunch of fucking jargon, and I'm not willing to explain what that is. What do people in Antarctica for U.S. research? I don't think it's psychology. I mean, there could be a psychologist researching the psychology, but I don't think there's like anything. Other studies in Antarctica are often ones that cannot usually be conducted elsewhere. Oh, yeah. Like, yeah. Okay, that makes sense. They have like certain like sensors that are very sensitive, right? Again, which is why we need like pretty well, I guess like mentally, not mentally, pretty stable people. Mentally doesn't matter because it'll break you down. It'll break anybody down, right? After a certain point. What I mean is like stable people, at least at the start, right? To go there and actually conduct the research. Because like the thing is, the reason why this happens and tends to happen too is when it comes to research, you're on a strict schedule. Researching is your life. You're either reading a book, conducting a study, in other words, you like measuring shit, seeing how things change, documenting something, and then after your 9 through 5, you're done, right? And typically, even then, a lot of researchers tend to be introverted. But I'm actually very interested. Hmm. I think it. Okay, this is out of context. The austral summer months, yeah. Shy away from being shy. No, like actually, that's the thing. A lot of people in the scientific community are introverted, but they do not seem like that. But they're literally introverted. Cause the thing is, a lot of media. Okay, I'm introverted as fuck. After I am done streaming, too bad. And then that's why I don't have morning streams either. That's why I'm just like, hold up, if I can fucking get this shot, I'm fucking blessed. Hold up, go like this, right? This is me. Let me get my AirPods. This is me. Oh my god, I can actually pull off sleeping streams. That's fucking scary. I can just have myself fucking fall asleep. This is me when I go to sleep. this is just me. I'm just like ready to go to sleep. I have some fucking random channel on in the background for Twitch. Then once I'm done fucking hearing them, I am done. So I am just like sleepy. Oh, I really want to fall asleep. But yeah, like I said, it's just all about putting yourself out there, right? And it's good and it's healthy, and everybody needs to do that, whether it be going out with friends or doing whatever the fuck I'm doing. Oh my god, my mom's gonna come in here. She's gonna be like, "What's this shit?" So yeah, let's do this. Literally, that's all I do. I just lay down in bed. I'm fucking sleepy. This will be the last video for today. It's about to be 12.
Disturbing when you factor in just how
And by the way,
open
sorry
of an
about the
issue
fucking technical
SA has
issues.
been
It's
on the
the
continent.
rain. Partly
So
my
much so
computer
that in
too.
2022, the NSF openly acknowledged the problem with a 274-page report, citing the issues of SA harassment and stalking as ongoing.
Oh my god. Whoa, that's so recent. Do they link it? Well, yeah, that's why they promote that, and that's why they can revoke their grants if something does not happen and something is not. For example, the NSF at the moment, I believe, is promoting diversity grants, which is fucking great because a lot of the scientific community in the US, at least for the US, tends to not be diverse. That's not to say worldwide there's a diverse community, but at least in the US, it is not diverse at all, right? Um, like I said, that doesn't mean there's not like good Spanish or you know, Mexican papers being produced or papers that are just in Spanish from Latin American countries, right? Um, that doesn't mean that. It just means in the US, you don't see a diversity, whether it be in opinion or just in the makeup of people, right? Um, and that's something like a lot of people want to change because the thing is, um, if you all didn't know, who was it? I think it was. Right, or it was some other famous researcher. The point is, have a Jewish quota. In other words, only a small fixed number of Jews could be admitted in the year. The excuse given was that if admissions had been based on grades and academic performance alone, most of the students would be Jewish. If this disturbs you, I hate to break the news. Every large university today has an Oriental quota. Yeah, no, literally. No, they're right. No, literally. Back in the day, um, Okay, so like they talked to. Okay, they literally debriefed me on this. Oh shit! Is that one? Which one? This one? In the programs I am part of for research, I am part of a trio program. I will not mention which one. You all can search this up. Um, they didn't in that one. They debriefed me that there is a lot of discrimination against people that are minorities. Not right. Not at least there was a lot. Nowadays, it's more. How do I say this? Hidden. Put into microaggressions somewhere along there, right? um well, this other program I was part of essentially told me that back in the day it was basically only rich white men that got to get PhDs or doctorates, whatever you want to call them, right? And essentially the reason I bring this up is because even Jewish people who would be white passing would be considered another race, and this is the reason why they were not accepted into um basically schools, right? Because they were literally being discriminated against, and that's so fucked up. And the point is, there was this story that I got told that this guy, that this person was part of a community with and this might be bringing up the idea of committees. The point is the point of a committee is to assess the situation at hand, whether that be for hiring somebody or assessing a situation. Right? In this point, at this point, they were hiring somebody, and the person that came up and was being assessed, I guess, was apparently African American descent. But the point is, a lot of the professors were actually females, and apparently, to what I was told, um, he came off as aggressive to the female professors and aggressive to everybody else as well. But only, but what was I gonna say? They were the majority of the people that say that they were aggressive were like essentially people who were essentially white, right? And they were female as well, and the other half just agreed with them, right? And the point is that when this guy spoke out against them, saying against the women, saying that oh he wasn't aggressive at all, he was fine. It's something along the lines that like this guy was told he was Jewish or something like that. He was like, oh, it's because he's Jewish, he doesn't get it or something like that. Some weird thing happened there, and it's like this person apparently was like, he's literally white, right? And like then he's being otherized. It's insane that it still happens nowadays, right? Um, and then not only that, but it's also insane that that happened to that person that was being assessed as to their abilities to be hired, right?
And continuous.
And what was I gonna say? Essentially, the reason I bring this up is that a lot of these researchers they get funding and stuff like that, and their funding can be revoked, and if they don't meet a certain diversity quota, nowadays at least, the people behind the research company or whatever the hell it is, the lab or whatever, or just the company in general, could be missing out on money that could be essentially essential facet for them to make not a quick bang for the buck. What is it called? Just like actual inversion into literally solving a real world problem, right?
In one disturbing quote,
Which is why it's important to literally tell people, hey, do not be fucking weird, and hey, just like fucking be normal. You know what I mean? You don't want researchers that fucking do whatever is highlighted up there, right? You don't want researchers that fucking sexually harass, stalk, or sexually assault others, right? Because that that's like you gotta like fucking go through trainings and get like stable people. You know what I mean?
In one disturbing quote, one woman revealed that on her first day at McMurdo Station, she was told to stay clear of one building unless she wanted to be.
Wait, what the fuck? Hold up, that just flew over my head. What? Oh, my very first day at McMurdo, I was told to stay clear of building X unless I wanted to be raped. What the fuck? Wow.
This report also points to another situation where a woman had become so perturbed she had begun carrying around a hammer as a part of her day-to-day. And if you read further, this appears to be a common practice at McMurdo Station. Within a survey of individuals within the program, 72% of women agreed that this issue.
Wow. That is insane, dude. A lot of these people need to be dismissed. Specifically the male population of McMurdo Station. What the fuck?
Issue was widespread, while nearly 50% of males agreed as well. And given these statistics, you'd expect a few charges to pop up.
Yeah, there's none.
It appears that most of these things just get swept under the rug.
Oh my god. Contractors described how, despite repeated efforts to report abuse and to hold essentially predators, right? Perpetrators, same thing, accountable, there were rarely serious consequences for offenders who engaged in sexual harassment and assault. Victims were not only not encouraged. Oh my god, please. Okay, I hate to be like fucking annoying. We're not encouraged to report is what this should just be turned to. Yeah, just literally this whole sentence could just be turned to we're literally told not to like report. And that is beyond fucked. 9 times out of 10 the victim is more punished or worse off. How do you fix a situation like this? Because like they're like in an extreme situation, right? But that doesn't mean you get to fucking go and rape people. It doesn't mean that like all of a sudden you're just gonna go rape somebody because of the conditions you live in. It's basically a learned behavior if you go there. That's insane. I don't know. I mean, literally, all you could do is just literally fire everybody there. It just, essentially clean the establishment and bring in new people.
NPR's Joe Palca has been reading through the 273-page report and is here in the studio to tell us about it. Hey, Joe.
Hey, Ari.
What are some of the revelations in the report?
Well, one of the things that jumps out at you is how.
And this is just in the U.S., so like I don't know how other countries are like fucking handling this.
Has had an assault or harassment experience that occurred on ice. On ice is what they call working down there. And this is a sentiment that they heard from many, many different people. The report also said that many people didn't trust the officials they were supposed to report to when they had a problem because they thought, A, there might be reprisals, or B, they were thinking that these people were more interested in protecting the agencies than protecting the people.
Is there something about working in Antarctica that makes this more of a problem?
Well, I've been to Antarctica, and it's very remote. And even though the internet has made it smaller, it's just not a place that you can walk down the street and see anybody. Much of the year, these bases are totally inaccessible. The sun disappears for months in the winter, and that means the staff doesn't have anywhere to go or anyone to talk to. I spoke with Madeline Nash. She's an associate dean at the Australia National University. She studies harassment in Australia's Antarctic program.
You're so isolated and so detached from the sort of normal rules of society that often it makes it, sort of for lack of a better word, it makes it easier to get away with inappropriate behavior that probably wouldn't be condoned, back in normal life.
So imagine if it's your supervisor doing the harassing, it's not like you can go down the hall and complain. That supervisor might be thousands of miles away.
Has a problem like this been documented before?
Well, Nash says many people who've worked in Antarctica know it's an ongoing issue.
Given the strange...
Wow. I would also imagine, like, they probably protect fucking these people that fucking rape others just so they can continue getting the grants, because, like, if something like that, or maybe they, I don't know, it just depends on what sort of grants they get to, like, do research down there. But I would imagine it's like, not like, even if you did fucking do that, they still wouldn't be enforced. That's so fucked either ways.
Legal circumstances on the continent and the apparent isolation, it's pretty clear that what happens in Antarctica stays in Antarctica.
Yeah.
And this issue of maintaining law and order gets even more chaotic when you hypothetically throw out a scenario where you have two people working at the same base from two different home countries.
Yeah, oh my god.
Given the stipulations of the Antarctic Treaty,
yeah, exactly.
the matter of foul play would potentially become an issue of international diplomacy.
Yeah. It's like, literally, it would be better for nothing to happen or come out of a situation between two countries. And that's what happened. Mysterious death of Rodney Marks.
The year is 2000, and the story takes place at the South Pole. Working there during this time was an Australian astrophysicist named Rodney Marks, a man who was dedicated to his job, but known for having a rock and roll exterior, according to colleagues. His fiancée, Sonia Walter, took a job as a maintenance specialist at the same Antarctic station so she could be there with him.
Oh.
Rodney had been working at the Amundsen-Scott South Pole Research Station. He was a part of the University of Chicago's Antarctic Submillimeter Telescope and Remote Observatory Project, also known as ASTRO for short.
Hold up. University of Chicago? Where is that? That has to be in, like, the U.S., right?
The Amundsen-Scott South Pole Station is run by the National Science Foundation, a U.S. government entity, though some of the work is subcontracted to the aerospace company
Raytheon. Yeah. All that means is that there's a lot of money flowing through there. And that's why I'm talking about grants. Because it's like, Raytheon is just like, you know your shit, you will be paid. And, oh my, this is so fucked. Because, like, for example, if you all didn't know, the reason, okay, so this more aligns with, like, university professors. Oh my god, I feel like I'm gonna, like, croak after fucking. So, there's a lot of red tape for a tenured professor to be fired in contrast to a newly hired professor. The reason being all because of tenure. Um, and I feel like there's something similar in the area of research, right? Can only be terminated under such as misconduct or financial emergency. Advocates for tenure say a discourse for as controversy grows. Financial and political times, even tenured professors may not be guaranteed employment. Yeah. But in Kansas, most of them tenured using an emergency pandemic measure, let alone staff. Yeah. Many totalitarian stop students from learning about ideas that are political party. The point is, at least here in California, tenured professors are very difficult to get rid of. A lot of the times, and you'll probably hear this in the Cal states. A lot of the times, if a tenured professor does get in trouble, they will only teach online. um, that's all I know. And it may or may not be fact or fiction. But that's just a little rumor I've heard, right? But I'm sure in companies where like you definitely have a presence, right? You've been in the company or with contractors for 20 plus years, right? Not contractors, with like big names, right? Like Northrop Grumman or right? What are they fucking called? Northrop Grumman, yeah. Raytheon. What's the other guy? That other called another guy. Oh my god, Lockheed Martin. You know what I mean? You probably do have a favor with the U.S. government. You know what I mean?
Services.
I'm just saying.
By all accounts, Rodney had done quite well at his job, with coworkers praising his abilities throughout his time there. He was also known for going above and beyond, teaching an astronomy class on the side at the station, which included students from all sorts of backgrounds. It was clear that Rodney had a passion for life, but unfortunately, it would not be long before his own life would be cut short.
Timeline,
By May of 2000, Rodney had been working at Astro for about a year, and on May 11th, he was walking between the remote observatory and the base when he began to feel unwell. His breathing was labored, his vision was weakened, and upon arriving back at the base, he went to bed early, hoping whatever was going on would clear up as he slept.
That is my biggest fear, dude. Because like I said, I think I mentioned this on stream earlier in the summer, right? But it's basically complaining about. Actually, I may have mentioned this. Essentially, there was a day where I woke up, I went into the bathroom, everything looked white. Like I I went to the toilet, I started peeing. I know I definitely am fine, but like I could literally not see anything below like the toilet seat. Um, that would have probably I should have just probably gone to the hospital or something then. But essentially everything cleared up after that. After
However,
I woke up.
at 5:30 the next morning,
Like yeah, my vision going wrong, my breathing becoming heavy. It's just such a.
Found himself vomiting blood.
Oh fuck!
From here, he would make his first visit to the station's doctor, Robert Thompson, who, not knowing what was wrong with him and had no contact with the outside world for advice, told him to rest more. Rodney would come back a second time later that day with worsening symptoms. The burn that was in his stomach just continued to get worse, and his eyes had become so sensitive that he needed to wear sunglasses. Dr. Thompson noted that Rodney had become agitated, and as he could not pin down a single cause for the patient's symptoms, chalked it up to anxiety and administered a sedative. Rodney returned to bed and rested a while longer, but his symptoms only continued to worsen. By the third time Rodney visited the doctor, he was so distressed, he was hyperventilating and combative. Dr. Thompson injected Rodney with an antipsychotic called Haldol in order to regain control of him. He laid back and his breathing slowed, and it seemed, at first, as if he was getting better. But unfortunately, Rodney went into cardiac arrest shortly after. The station's trauma team was summoned, and after 45 minutes of unsuccessful resuscitation attempts, Dr. Thompson declared Rodney dead at 6:45 p.m.
What happened? Was he poisoned?
Initially, it was thought that Rodney had died of natural causes. Unfortunately for the investigation, it would be several months before Rodney's body could be flown to New Zealand for an autopsy. In the interim, Rodney's remains were put in a body bag and stored in a cold area. However, some of his coworkers thought he deserved a more dignified resting place until his body could be transported. So several of them worked together to create a casket, and then they held a ceremony at the South Pole. Once Rodney was finally flown out of the continent to the mainland, the circumstances surrounding his death would be cast in a completely different light. A post-mortem examination easily determined that the cause of death was methanol poisoning. Methanol, also known as wood alcohol, is a solvent that, despite its name, is definitely not meant to be ingested. Taking in as little as 10 milliliters of methanol can cause permanent blindness, and a dose of 30 milliliters is fatal. Yet Rodney, shockingly, had consumed an estimated 150 milliliters of methanol.
You know, this is why in the pandemic, they were fucking... You know, they were like, we should not be putting methanol in hand sanitizer, dude. Oh my god.
150 milliliters is effectively the same as a small wine glass, and many people who discuss this case bring this detail up. The question, of course, was how this chemical got to Rodney's body in the first place. While there was noted to have been large amounts of methanol at the base as a part of their cleaning supplies, there was no clear reason why he would have consumed this much. And at the time, Rodney Marks's situation posed a very unique set of circumstances that had never really been experienced in the same way. To back things up for a moment, Rodney Marks was an Australian citizen and New Zealand native. He was working at a United States research facility. Given the multi-jurisdictional environment, getting any kind of true investigation would not be impossible. Because as fate would have it, the NSF and Raytheon would stonewall any kind of investigation into the matter.
I'm telling you. I am telling you. It's because they need to keep money flowing in and out. That's all it is. And even if it was just like, oh shit, maybe like he got depressed and drank some of that, or I don't know. Somehow somebody close to him comes into play and poisons him. It's like, well, what can they do? That person's probably valuable to the base.
As the investigation would run its course from the New Zealand end, they would hit roadblock after roadblock as their opposition tried to bury the Marks case every chance they got. For one, an initial physician's report was submitted in July of 2000, and it claimed, quote, there is no evidence to point to homicide, accidental poisoning, environmental toxicity, or infection. Yet somehow they had magically come to this conclusion and drafted a report before an actual autopsy had even been carried out.
Ooh, that is rather suspicious.
Investigation 3 years just to get the names of the people who were working at the base at the time, as the NSF and Raytheon would not provide that information. Then when the detective finally got his hands on the names, Raytheon and the NSF only agreed to distribute a questionnaire to their employees after they got to curate which questions were allowed. Furthermore, they heavily emphasized to their employees that the questionnaire was optional. As a result, only 13 of Rodney's coworkers out of the 49 would actually respond, which is rather jarring when, by all accounts, everybody liked Rodney. Furthermore, as the investigation unfolded, New Zealand's coroner was blocked multiple times from getting any kind of additional interview with the doctor that had treated Rodney. But that being said, the final coroner's report was released to the public in 2008, concluding that there was no evidence to support, well, anything. And ultimately, no verdict was reached as to what caused his death, leaving us to only speculate.
That is so fucking chilling. Wow. Yeah, literally, there's only theories and, like, ain't nobody know about this case, probably. So this comment is so fucking whack. But I guess I understand where they're coming from. Yeah. I am telling you, you see this shit everywhere. Women in the doctoral master stage or literally targeted. Like, we need more women that have PhDs, literally. And we need more women that have PhDs just in every fucking field. Because only then I feel we will have more action or more, how do I say it? Essentially, we lie in a point where it's like this, but eventually we'll lie like right here, right? We need to push like this, right? To topple this fucking nasty, like, misogyny.
Now, as we dive into the theories about what may have happened to Rodney, I'll say that theorizing about this incident is rather tricky. Given the murky details and lack of cooperation from involved parties, it's pretty much just pure speculation.
Eventually, the issue with, like, misogyny is that it'll be... It'll only lie within a gerontocracy, right? It'll just lie with, like, old people. Hopefully. What is this? Oh my god, yeah, right? Oh my god. I forgot these are our next few videos. This is why I'm doing them tomorrow.
The first theory that often gets thrown out in regards to discussion of this case is this idea that Rodney unintentionally drank the methanol as a result of brewing his own moonshine. And while it's true that the station had its own distillery, apparently this distillery was tested and came back negative for methanol.
Well, yeah, I mean, you'd hope it did.
It's much more likely that if this were an accident, Rodney just mixed up 2 bottles on his desk, as he was known to have quite a dirty workspace.
Nah, I gotta fucking not do that. Hold on. Fucking, let's turn you around. Okay, let's do this. Workspace, y'all. Workspace check. You know what I mean? Workspace check.
But I'll add, it's one thing to take just a sip as opposed to consuming an
Exactly. It's like, also, it's like, I don't know. I don't drink alcohol. I know if the first fucking sip I take of alcohol, I'm gonna go, right? I'm gonna be like, hell
The
nah.
key person of interest in regards to this case was Dr. Robert Thompson, the man who treated Rodney. Some of his actions were very questionable, such as injecting him with Haldol, where on shortly after, Rodney passed away. To quote an article from Men's Journal,
God, it's like, it's making this area of my fucking body just like...
An Ectochem blood analyzer. Its single tiny lithium-ion battery had died, and therefore the machine lost its calibration every time it was turned off.
Oh, wow.
Once turned back on, it took 9 hours to recalibrate. Thompson had known about the malfunction, even reported it to Raytheon, but for some reason never attempted to fix it and decided against simply leaving it on. It was by no means a necessary piece of equipment in the physician's day-to-day duties, but it was there for a reason. Emergencies just like this one. Raytheon and the NSF obviously refused to cooperate, but that appears to be a part of a larger pattern of behavior when it comes to questionable incidents happening in the South Pole.
Yeah.
While investigators were skeptical of intentional poisoning, if this were some contrived plot, one can only question the motivation. But obviously, when you factor in all the other outbursts that have happened at various stations in the past over the tiniest things, it certainly opens the door of possibility. Another thing that comes off as odd is that Rodney's coworkers reported after his death that he was well liked, but it seems that only 13 of them cooperated with the investigation in any way. And it's definitely surprising to read up on this case and not see a single statement from someone like the fiancé. Well, she did give evidence at the hearings. She has refused to give interviews about Rodney's death, but in a rare exception in 2004, she admitted she had returned to a job at Palmer Research Station, where her job, ironically enough, was keeping track of chemicals and cleaning equipment used on base.
Wow.
And perhaps the final strange detail that's never really fully been settled was the fact that there were various needle marks that were found on Rodney's arm. Well, we know at least one mark could have come from the doctor. Multiple? Once again, there's a lot more questions than we have answers. This is Barely Sociable. Have a good night.
He's just stopping right there before they fucking assassinate him. Oh my god. Again, absolutely chilling. This is why I am fucking documenting my university life. Because who the fuck knows what happens to me? Just saying. Not that anything's gonna happen to me anyways. But you know, some fucking absolutely chilling events. So with that being said, join me tomorrow when I finish the rest of this VOD. I say VOD, but you know, stream. I am tired. Today was just not a good day. I would have started streaming at 5. Had I gotten out at 5. But I worked on a LiDAR or something. It works now? I thought I was gonna have to plug in a resistor. I didn't. Okay. The way I plugged in this LiDAR is to the SDA, SCL, ground, and power, right? Or the 5 volts essentially to this pinout on this device, right? Surprisingly, I didn't need any resistors or anything, but like, my worry is like the next time I turn it on, it just it fucking bursts on fire and gets the LiDAR on fire. But the one is, with this LiDAR, I'm probably gonna use it as like not a motion detector. What's the right? Distance detector sensor. Essentially, at some distance, if it's like over 30, and nothing happens, right? If it's under 30, oh fuck, you're at a wall, right? So stop moving. So yeah, that's the whole point of a LiDAR, right? Just to detect the surroundings, see what's around you and whatnot. Anyhow, today tough because I was downloading library after library after library after library. Oh yeah, it was so annoying. I literally downloaded a C++ library, it did not work. I downloaded a fucking Python library, it did not work. And then I downloaded another Python library and it worked. So yeah, I'm gonna see when the fuck it works, and then I'm gonna transfer part of the code because obviously if it is sensing the difference when I put my hand in front of the camera thingy, because it's basically a camera. I have to see like what part of the code is actually operating that. If not, I'll just like take the whole chunk, bring it over, and then be like if var blah 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 add conditions, and I'm set, right? Hopefully. If not, I'll make a graph or something. I don't know, like distances or whatever the heck is in front. But the point is, I am getting somewhere with my project again. Again, it's just like, and I was just like, oh my god, like that last story in Antarctica was again just chilling. But my heart pours out to those people affected by essentially evil people in Antarctica. Straight up. Um it's so unfortunate, dude. It's like I don't think you know any law can really prevent anything. I think law enforcement can do something, but at that point it's like you're in non-US I mean you're in a US territory technically, but like nobody's gonna enforce the law in such a secluded place, right? It's so unfortunate. Uh, my heart pours out to those people, man. Anyhow, good night, good day, whatever it is, and tomorrow we'll continue with too long, the extremely haunted Manila Farm Center. So yeah, this is a bridge between essentially the environment and true crime, right? Whereas the latter were essentially, I think existentialism is the right word, right? Existential crisis, I guess, right? No. Existentialism, is it in here as well? Yeah, and it's a lot of like existentialism. Oh my god, I cannot even say the word existentialism and like the you know, and the environment. And yeah, literally, what was I gonna say? Yeah, like this is essentially what Kursagat is. It's just what if a super volcano happens? Blah 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 blah. Right? Whereas the infographics show is more, I wouldn't say objective. I don't know. I just have a big old bias towards this channel for some fucking reason, and I don't remember. Um, but I do know they get some stuff wrong, and it's unfortunate. Um, and yeah, what were the other videos Oh yeah, we started off with like the global warming one, then the other one with the scientists, right? Is it the climate change one? Oh no, yeah, we started off with this one. We watched a bit of this one. This one is just quirky.
My dad went
This is old though. Hold on. Let's see. What do you have?
3,000 years ago, a monster seizes 6 sailors from the ship of Odysseus and throws them down her screaming maw.
We'll do this one next. Uh, but it's more gonna be like the actual like. Watch the big things underwater, so it's probably head transplants. Yeah, climate change. So we'll just talk about different environments and stuff like that next time. It's more, but it'll probably lean more now towards the supernatural, right? And actually, this is quite a good video to start off on the fear of big things underwater, because then it'll probably be like a bunch of older works of fiction, then move on to actual event. It'll be a nice bridge between all of it, right? Maybe some true crime. I don't know, the greater known. Oh my god, did I watch this one? Did I watch this one? This Iron Lung, right? Dude, Iron Lung is such a good thing. I think I watched this one. Does he go over the manga? Oh.
In the dirt and grime of our world. A gunshot wound nearly 50 years ago. Officials say that more bodies will likely.
There was a video where there was a manga one. Iron Lung was in it too. And then there was another one about people dying underwater visiting this hole in Egypt. I'm not sure if it's this one, but it would make sense if it was this one because I do remember the video being uploaded like a week before I watched it. Or like 2 months ago or something like that, right? When was this updated? I think it's this one. So this is really fucking great. I'll watch it again. And essentially, like I said, we'll move on to more supernatural shit, right? Like the supernatural scary environment. I guess like stories, right? Hopefully they give like good insight into the environments. Though the chances are it's probably gonna be more on the monster or the moral, you know what I mean? Stuff typical to stories. Then we'll watch this one and this one, and hopefully it's environmental. At least there's one in there, and then we'll get sidetracked to whatever other horror we want to watch tomorrow. See, I fucking did it again. What video is uploaded today? Like I said, I don't have anything else left. Balloons. Y'all better fucking watch that one. I'm just kidding. Of course it's a fucking video. Oh my god, what if I watch myself react to fucking scary videos? Oh my god, my stomach's hurting. There was literally like a guttural feeling. Oh my god. 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 I'm so excited. Oh yeah, this is sad. Don't look at my Vivado stuff. Please do not. It's not good. It's not good. I was stressed. Oh my god. Oh my god, cryptids. It's all this shit from like last year. Literally. I'm almost done in this game. Oh my god, this like I'm not even kidding, Lila. Please don't fucking dox me. Thank you. Oh my god. March 2nd. You're fucking kidding me. I'm almost done. And this is why I don't stream every fucking day and also like upload because it's impossible. And not only that, my goal is to like graduate and get a degree hopefully. Oh, I don't. Oh, fuck! I accidentally clicked on export data. But yeah. Oh, dude, I gotta start saving VODs. I mean, right? What was the last video? Fucking, let's see. Playing games? What was that? My birthday is today. I think. Wait, no. We just uploaded balloons today, right? Oh no, but this one's different. Yeah, there's highlight balloons. Question mark, question mark, question mark. Let's redo yesterday. Oh, yeah, no, literally, I have like 40 VODs left. I mean, they're on the stronger side. They're like 3 hours, 6 hours. I'm like tempted on splitting the Pokemon ones and like artificially enhancing the number of VODs. Oh my god, the fight! Oh my god, dude, that was such a degen. 8 hours of Fire Emblem, 5 hours, 7 hours, and then an hour. 6 hours, 6 hours, 9 hours, 7 hours, an hour, 4 hours, right? Because this is towards like the Thabe stuff. 4 hours. Oh my god. And then like maddening Fire Emblem Engage. Jesus. Yeah, Fire Emblem Engage is like a hive mind. A gold mind, excuse me. And I said mind. I keep on saying mind. It's a mind. Una mina de oro. Holy shit. Yeah, you guys can't see this because like I'm not gonna fucking show it. But the point is, not that much left to me. I'm almost just completely uploaded on YouTube at this point. Um, but yeah, thank you all so much for making my journey fucking wonderful here on YouTube. What happens if we go back?
When it comes to horror games.
Here we go. Well, again, thank you all so much again, and good night, good day, whatever it is. Tomorrow I'll be back. After we're done with these last few videos, I think I'll head to Fire Emblem Engage, right? Yeah, so thank you so much again, and good night, good day, whatever it is again.